Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. There's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
But this is our space.
You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, no. Oh, we should film
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay bro. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
All right, I'm here. Sorry about that. Got just a teeny bit behind. Trying to get everything ready. Set up for stream. Oh my God. Do you ever put gum in your mouth and the first 4 bites of gum, you're like, fuck yeah, gum. That's what I needed. Get those mouth juices flowing. Get my breath minty fresh. And then 2 more bites later, you're like, why the fuck is there gum in my mouth? This is disgusting. It doesn't taste good. It's not doing anything. I'm just nervously chewing this rubbery thing. Is it just me? Is it just me that loves gum for a few seconds? They still make Big League Chew? Is that chewing tobacco mimicked gum or whatever? That's like a baseball bag of gum you like put in your lip or whatever, and like it's like you're dipping, and it's just for like, you know, the little league boys to be like, I'm a degenerate cancer victim just like my daddy. Yeah, they sold it to kids. Yeah, I kind of remember that from like my little league days, which was very short-lived, by the way. I was not good at baseball. It's not good for an ADHD person to be in center field just like fucking waiting. I very quickly lost all focus. I'm just being honest, guys. Like I wasn't good at it. It was not my thing. Like I did like some karate. I did show choir. Like I did a lot of dance classes and stuff. Baseball was not it. Coach should not have put me in, as a matter of fact. Also, does anybody still watch baseball? Like, I know sports in general have like taken a hit as like Gen Z and millennials are like more kind of plugged into their phones and care less about sports teams and like pride for their city versus some other city and stuff. Like I understand that, like, and then like politics and like taking a knee and stuff. You know, Colin Kaepernick. I get that like a lot of boomers were like, fuck the NFL. I watch college ball now. Like these are different people. Like I understand that, like, you know, that sports have taken a hit in general, but like, does anybody fucking watch baseball? Like, just curious. I haven't met anybody. I haven't met these unicorns out here that still watch baseball. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's America's sport or whatever, right? But like, I don't know anybody that watches baseball. I'm just saying. I do enjoy hockey, for the record. Like, hockey is similar to NASCAR, and I'll explain. It's very simple. They're similar in one domain, which is that, like, when you go to a game, it's a completely different experience, right? Like when you go to NASCAR, like, you forget that even though it is just, you know, it is pretty much just a whole bunch of people doing left turns really fast. I get that. But there's like, when you do NASCAR, it's like, you forget that like the camera zooms in and zooms out to get a better view of the car as it passes, which gives it an optical illusion of going slower than it is. And then you get there and it's just like, oh, your eardrums are going to explode and these cars are going retarded fast. It's just like, oh shit. Oh. You're just like, oh shit, Jesus Christ. Feel like like when you're at like a heavy metal concert and like the bass starts kind of like upsetting your gut just a teeny bit. You get like a little bit like not like you're going to throw up or anything, but like kind of that teeny tiny bit of that pre-throw up feeling. And where you're like, where like your guts are just not centered right. You get that like at NASCAR, like it's a totally different experience. Hockey's the same way. Like watching hockey on TV is pretty fucking lame. But like watching a bunch of Russians that we stole and we like enticed over here with the American dollar for everything but the Olympics, beat the shit out of each other and like skate around on the ice fast as fuck. Cause I don't know, I find it entertaining. It's fun for me. I don't know. It's got a lot of stuff to it. I think maybe it's the complexity too. Like it's not nerdy complexity like chess, but there are like a lot of moving pieces here. And I think football probably is the same as well. Whereas like baseball, maybe just a little too simplistic for people these days. You know what I mean? Like you can watch people skate, you can watch people fight, you can watch people, you know what I mean? Like you can kind of figure it out. And then there's like phases of excitement in hockey. Cause it's like, you see like everybody getting kind of tired and you see like, you know, and you're like, oh shit, you feel it. You know, something's going to happen. And then somebody starts being like a kind of a piece, like one teammate or one person starts kind of fucking with somebody. And like, you're on skates, right? So you're not really, you know, the whole thing is like, hey man, don't fuck with me so much. Like we're on fucking skates. And then And then like, and then it's enough. And it's like the energy's just right. And somebody just starts to fucking waylaying on somebody and just beating the shit out of them. And then you're like, oh, fuck, like you get it. And then you get put in the penalty box. And now that team is down a person. And now the energy's all back because it's like, you know, whoever lost a person now has to defend the goal with one less person. And then the other team is like, this is our advantage to press. Because we're up a person, like this is where we get the score. This is where we get the score. I don't know. So I mean, it's kind of like doing shrooms. You know what I mean? Like it comes in waves. I think maybe that's what I like about it, is that it comes in waves. Like just when you start to get bored of the game, like it gets exciting again. But like, yeah, I don't feel that way about most sports. And even then, like I maybe go to like one Capitals game in DC a year, if that. If I'm feeling froggy and I have money that year, I'm like, all right, fuck it, I'll go see a Capitals game. Everything masculine is taking a hit. Young guys don't even get driver's license these days. I mean, I gotta think about it. Like, for a lot of people, there's not really a reason to get a driver's license. Like, especially if you like, I mean, obviously if you live in a place with public transport, like New York, like why the fuck would you have a driver's license? But like, if you're making decent money and you work near, like you live in like a metropolitan area and you work near where you live, and kind of just Uber everywhere. I mean, it was just a comment. Blight Blazer, like it wasn't nothing crazy. I was just responding a little bit to. How's it going tonight? I mean, it just started. It's going pretty good. I'm doing well. I mean, I'm actually like feeling pretty up in my life right now. Like I'm feeling positive. I've decided to come back to streaming plus, because now I've got stuff managed in my life a little bit to where I can. I am. Juices are flowing. Ideas are flowing. Any solar eclipse talks tonight? I don't really see the point. It's like third grade science. I don't know, watch a science channel or something. I don't think it's that exciting, to be honest. But I don't know. I'm doing pretty good. I just started going back to the gym. Like I'm loading my creatine. I'm fucking getting it in. I'm fucking eating healthy. And when I say eating healthy, I mean eating super fucking healthy. Taking desiccated liver and beef organs and eating nothing but meat and fruit, to include like cucumbers and avocado, along with like sweet fruit and like raw organic honey and A2 milk. So I'm doing pretty good. I don't really eat veggies. I just eat fruit, but I eat like non-sweet fruit as well. I don't eat any greens or anything like that. I think I might have an issue with folic acid, to be honest. Can I give a quick outline of my gym routine? 3 days a week or so. So Mark and I are going 3 days a week for weight training. And then Tuesdays and Thursdays, I'm going just to like go. Like I'm not really doing anything there. I'm just hopping on the treadmill and like listening to some music and like walking and getting my heart like rate elevated. But I have a connective tissue disorder, so like I have to be careful not to overdo anything. But I'm doing it mostly just to like be in the habit of being there, not really to get a lot in or anything. So I'm doing 3 days a week weight training, and then 2 days a week I'm just, like I said, I'm just elevating my heart rate, like on a treadmill or like on an elliptical, or I mean not elliptical, Stairmaster. Yeah, no, old Joe, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not going crazy. I'm doing very comfortable fucking 20, 15, 12 reps or, 15, 10, 5 reps. Not doing weight that's beyond me or anything. I'm just, trying to do it right. But like for the first time in a long time, I'm doing it for me, as opposed to like doing it because I'm playing a sport or doing it because I'm, in the military and like I'm gonna like not, I'm not gonna get like my weight and tape or something. Like there's not some outside pressure making me do it. It's purely just like I want to be there for my kids, and I want like my get that pre-workout scalp. I mean, so this is a half a scoop of pre-workout right now. That's what I take to debates and stuff because it's only a half a scoop is about 100 milligrams of caffeine as opposed to 200 milligrams. But yeah, I take creatine and pre-workout there, and then when I get back, I take I do A2 milk, a scoop of grass-fed whey protein, and then 1 scoop of collagen, and then I take that with desiccated organs. Like I swallow some desiccated organs and take that. So that's it's 52 grams of protein and 18 grams of carbs is the shake I get when I get back from the gym. Yeah, I'm loading right now. So I'm taking like 3 or 4 a day. But then in like a couple days, I'll just switch to just doing it before the gym. You heard it rip? Oh, sounds awful. Yeah, I mean, I'm just taking like a creatine monohydrate. Like I'm not taking like HCl or anything. I'm not doing anything crazy. Right? Like I'm just taking enough to put some water in my muscles, and help the recovery a little bit, pull some interstitial fluid into the muscles. Kind of like lactated ringers doing shit. Yeah, you did get super lucky. Partial tears are like warnings from God. So I don't really know what we're talking about tonight on PrimeCayes. Like, I kind of want to talk about the term mid because I want to discuss it because nobody understands it or gets it. Because I don't think most people have like a conception of the data on like the fact that I think like, for example, I don't think most guys realize that females are objectively more attractive than males on average. And that like how standard distributions work. Like it's logarithmic, when you cut the standard distribution in half in terms of like, what a 10 is and what a 5 is. Bunch of cool stuff. I kind of want to get nerdy with it. I don't know why. It just kind of sounds fun. Can you post a link in chat? You can't. I mean, I feel like I should. Moderators can post links in chat. I can post link in chat. But I'm worried about posts allowing links to go through in chat. Because I'm worried that people will just put porn links or like bad things on there and then I'll get in trouble. You know what I mean? If I was larger, if I had more moderators and I was averaging like a couple hundred viewers, then you know what I mean? I could probably trust you guys because I could have multiple moderators at any one given time to like immediately get rid of something if it's bad. But if I get distracted and I'm not paying attention to chat, and like there's like only one moderator in the chat and like they're like busy doing something, then like a really bad link could just stay there for like 20 minutes. Especially if chat's like dead and it's just there. I could get in trouble for that. Yeah, you can DM me or you can DM moderator. Oh, there we go. Give it another minute or two and then we're going to hop in to does my lighting look better? I switched from like so I still have 3 white lights for the green screen and to put white on me. And I usually have to deal with the balance. But I have 2, I have a ring light and 2 other lights for warm lighting. So altogether I have 6 lights on me. But I think it looks better. I'm just curious what you guys think. Does the lighting situation seem to look a little better? Because if not, I might need to tweak the white balance a little bit. If I look a little too white or a little too dark. It's not important. You'd be surprised how important it actually is. Because a lot of times people will click on a live stream and based upon the audio and the video, they'll make a decision within a few seconds based upon whether or not it looks like a professional stream. Whether or not it looks like somebody cares about their stream and that they try to put on a good quality stream, or whether or not, the link. Oh, my bad. I feel stupid now. I was really going into it. That's the problem with the chat delay. Yeah, I think I've got it dialed in. I mean, I'm gonna look a little green and sickly anyways. I'm 33 years old, man. I'll be 34 soon. So, I feel like I look fairly good for my age, to be honest. That's why I don't ever put product in my hair. So the only thing I put in my hair is Curl and Shine curl cream. I put a little dab of curl cream in my hair. I don't put like any gel or mousse or hairspray or any shaping or anything like that. I just put a tiny like 1 finger dab of non-alcohol based curl cream. So I guess that is product in my hair. Look, man, when I say I think I look okay for my age, and then your response is, I'm older than you, ? Exclamation mark, question mark. I can't, like, that is the nicest insult you could get. That's the nicest insult you could get. Like, it's the nicest way of being like, man, you look shit for your age. I thought you were like 45. I look good for 60. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's all the regular criminals with Sociologic and BAM added. Like how Rich Doobie, Lactoid, Corey, Admiral Gibbs. It's all the regular dudes. I like BAM most of the time. I feel like every now and then he just like gets something like an idea stuck in his head. And then he just like refuses to go away from that idea, even if like everything that you have, like you could have a billion pieces of evidence that just prove him completely wrong. And he'll be like, no. And you're wrong because I say so. Like he's a bit too stubborn. But other than that, he's good people. Fairy Queen going to be there. Got a bit of a wild week. She got shit-faced. Dog, how do you people manage to know about all these streamers? Like, I'm shocked that any of you watch me, but I'm even more shocked when people say that they watch me and then they watch retarded socialists. I'm just like, 1, how do you have the time? 2, what is the overlap? Like, what is the, I don't hey man, more power to you. All I know is the last thing I saw about Fairy Queen was that she was vehemently defending President Sunday. And I was just like, dog. Come on. Like, come on. Literally everybody hates President Sunday. He's a sleazy piece of shit. Like, nobody, regardless of their politics, likes that guy. Like, you should maybe think for just a moment, how is it that Pisco, myself, Not So Erudite, Connor, Wick, all of these people hate someone? Like, come on, man. I'll just get rid of the, oh, damn it, I gotta go back to do this. Hold on, wait a minute.
Understanding that ideas aren't static, but fluid.
There we go.
Like water. Be like water.
I love lo-fi. It's so good. It's so good. I love lo-fi so much. People get around somehow. I don't fucking know, man. Oh, you mean like she got shit-faced like on a panel or something? Is that what you mean? Because I was like, it took my brain a second to like, because I was just busy doing other shit, to like process what the fuck you meant by like she got shit-faced. I was like, who cares? Like, I don't. But I guess I get what you mean now. Yeah, beatnik, jazz. Yeah, dude, it's like I'm expecting like a femme fatale to like hop in here at any moment and like, you know, ask for my services for that murder she totally didn't commit. I need you to investigate and find nothing about my ex-husband who died 2 days ago and I'm not shaken up about at all. Except for those times where he beat me. Oh. Watch out now. Are there any femme fatales? Like, do those girls still exist? Like, who would be a femme fatale? Who could, who do you think would be like in all the politics space? The only thing I could think of is maybe like I could imagine I don't remember her name, Femoid or whatever. She has like a bunch of different names. The OnlyFans girl that totally quit OnlyFans and then went back to OnlyFans, and like she only is famous because she's a insane feminist that you know, was in DGG and tried to, you know, take down Destiny with Mr. Girl for a while or whatever. I don't remember exactly who she is, but like her name is Femoid on Twitter, I think. I don't know, but she had another name. I just can't remember the name of it. But I could vision her as a femme fatale. Like, I feel like that would make sense. Lav, that's it. That's her name. Like, I could see Lav, or like Lava Lune or whatever it was. She's had a bunch of different names, but you know what I'm talking about. Like, I could see her like murdering her husband or boyfriend and then being like, me? I didn't do anything. And if I did, he had it coming. Dude, this music is groovy. Burn. Like, this makes me kind of want to jam. This is the kind of like groove that you could just basically pick up any instrument in existence and just layer on top of this, and it would feel in place, right? Like if I threw violin on top of this, like, and just like put a little melody over top of this, it would make sense.
Well.
If I like added in like some Jaco Pastori or fucking Primus bass over this and like grooved over it, it would make sense. If I did a guitar solo over this, it would make sense. If some dude came in here and just started rapping, like freestyling, like, it would make sense. It's like one of those skeleton beats that just kind of like you kind of vibe to. That's how I feel about so much of lo-fi in general.
A lot.
You know.
Oh, hello.
My doctoral advice to you is maybe you shouldn't do that.
It's okay. I have a lot of firearms proficiency, so I can make these decisions.
Yeah, you can afford to lose a few IQ points.
You can
make up for it. I've got a whole bank of them. Yeah.
You can make up for it by buying just more guns and just linearly increase your IQ.
I've been saying this for a very long time.
And you've been saying a lot of things for a long time.
Yeah, that's true. You know, Laxoid told me last week it was embarrassing that I got hit tossed by a woman, and clearly, he's not experienced enough with the kinky stuff in bed. That's what I've decided from that.
Wait, you got what? I didn't hear that. You got what? Tossed? What?
Hit tossed. You know, the hit tossed, body slammed, thrown around, tossed around like a rag doll.
Okay. You mean like literally or metaphorically? Maybe I'm not following.
Literally.
Did you like go for your first gym session at like a MMA gym or jiu-jitsu gym?
You know that I like was a D1 wrestler and like I got my brown belt in jiu-jitsu. That's kind of what I was trying to explain to him.
Right, but I'm trying to understand how you got in the environment where you were hip tossed by a lady.
I was telling previous stories about my
yeah, no, I buy that like 110%. I was thinking like current you.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking like current you is like super heavy.
Yeah,
like,
current me would like land and like fall apart. I would like turn into like the what's that gingerbread man, and just like my leg would fall off.
I was like, dude, how are you in that situation, number one? And how strong was this bitch? Because you got a lot of body weight.
It's all leverage now.
Sure, I get that it's all leverage. Sure, fine. But you need
to be fair,
real fucking good technique.
We've never seen his lower body. Could all just be like, toothpicks. That's holding him up.
He's just been on a bulk for like 14 years and like never did leg day.
Now he's gonna cut for the wrestling.
What's leg day?
I haven't seen your legs either. It might not be applicable to you. Actually, Prime, I have a question for you. Based off of our, I don't know if you recall our conversation a few weeks ago in terms of like, we established I have no imagination, or very limited, a different imagination than you. But like, I do have the ability to visualize, okay? Where it's like, and I'm curious in terms of like, so like for me, let's say this has been at least, a strength of mine when it comes to like, studying academically, as in like when I see a presentation, okay, and I'm learning, I can like visualize the slides. Obviously not like it takes more than once I'm reviewing it, but like on a test, I can recall it pretty accurately. And like, I can visualize like, oh, I know from this slide, from this presentation. Do you have like, is it pretty much like a similar process for you in terms of like, you're able to visualize in the same way? Like, did you have like, because like I have no imagination, but at least I have that visualization there. Is it maybe something different for you? If like you have a vivid imagination, but your ability to visualize information might be different than mine. I don't know.
Oh, I can visualize. I can visualize things from my past memory. Yeah, I can remember text, pages, images, like images that were shown to me. I can recreate those scenes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm just deficient then. I just thought maybe it was just something different.
Yeah, I've fairly close to photogenic memory. Like I'm pretty, like I don't have perfect recall or anything like that, but I often can remember like the page number and what the page looked like in like a textbook I was reading. And then like if like there was like a little known fact, how like the Pearsons, like many of like the undergrad and like early grad school textbooks have like those little pop out boxes and stuff. I can like during a test remember that box, and because I remember that box, basically remember, I can't quite read it, but I can visualize it and then remember every single thing that was like in that box or in that paragraph.
Let me ask you.
So I have pretty close to photographic memory, but not quite.
What do you think of these, Corey? These Vita Eyes, the blue light defender vitamins. What do you think?
I just see a white label with no writing on it, so I do not recommend taking unlabeled tablets.
We get the blur off. Vita Eyes, they're like blue light vitamins.
Blue what? You're consuming blue light? Is that what I'm understanding?
So like apparently it's supposed to like
Donald Trump was right. We just get the bleach and the sunlight in the veins.
So apparently it's supposed to replenish the vitamin that your eyes use to absorb blue light.
This absolutely looks like something that Alex Jones would sell.
Yeah,
without a doubt.
Because they sent me a free package of it, so I'm definitely thinking it's very Alex Jonesy.
And super creative, unique branding. Vite Eyes, like you can't get any more creative than that.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we start selling on the Gibbs as Dr. Gibbs.
Well, what I would say is like, at your own risk. Typically for a lot of these things, like what they say is like in the bottle is not actually in the bottle. You might actually be consuming either nothing or maybe contaminants or maybe things you don't want.
Yeah, I mean, it's like mainly vitamin C is what it looks like.
No. That's what they say. It's a different story in terms of what.
Yeah. So when you're not FDA regulated and you are not if you don't deal with pharmacy care managers, right? So you're not like creating polypeptide chains and like a small, because like most of the stuff that you get is made in small mom and pop labs in America, but they're super regulated, and they kind of have to be. I mean, somebody has to regulate them, either the market or some company or the FDA. Somebody has to like make sure, because if you're off by just a little bit, like you can completely destroy any benefit and even possibly turn something toxic, just by being like off at the teeniest tiny bit on anything, any component. Or what you'll find is that it's like more often than not, it's like drastically reduced in like its effectiveness. So like, yeah, most of the time when you're buying shit like that, like whatever you have is, It's a crapshoot if you're even getting what's supposedly on the bottle. It's different. Like, so like I take desiccated liver and desiccated organ. You can kind of guarantee that that's what's in there unless they're just like committing fraud, because there's not like, that doesn't need to be made in a laboratory. It's just liver that's cut up, that's cooked and then dried and dehydrated.
Couldn't you do that at
and
home?
then put it in a capsule?
I've never.
I do that at home.
You could. I just got sick of going to butchers, buying organ meat, and then cooking the organ meat.
You're not even shooting them yourself
and butchering it yourself.
I'm sorry.
Oh, shooting. Real men use bow and arrows, obviously.
I don't even do that. We knife hunt our grizzly bears. Let's go.
Yeah, Gibbs, he's not a real man like you.
Gibbs got so loud that like something on my computer turned your volume way down.
No, my thing does that. I have it set because I get really loud sometimes, and I have it set. It like cancels me out when I'm like really yelling the woo. That's why I don't use this microphone, because it'll just blast everybody to death.
I appreciate the consideration.
You know, I try.
Yeah.
But yeah, at your own risk with the Vite eyes. I personally would not, but you know, you're more venture. You're more.
I do think there is
bigger risk taker.
There are supplements that you can take for like macular degeneration and retinal detachment to like help preserve your current eyes, but like those are really expensive.
So I was real sussed out. I posted those like doctorates I got, and on Instagram, and I like put like Dr. Gibbs. Yeah, I put in, you know, hashtag Dr. Gibbs or whatever, and
you mean Dr. Gibbs?
Yeah, Dr. Reverend Gibbs or whatever. We did both. Don't worry, they're both tags now. And almost immediately, I got hit up by this company, and they're like, "Send us your address, we'll ship you this shit." And I was like, "Yeah, and if you want to, we can do a little promo code thing, and you'll get like 50% of whatever you sell." I was like, 50%? Yeah, that sounds sus, but all right.
Oh, so really, you're just selling it on this show now? That's why I went to show the box.
I haven't done it yet. I haven't agreed to nothing. There's been no agreements made. I'm not
promo code Gibbs.
Promo code Admiral Gibbs. I am sponsored by Blue Chew. Go ahead and use your code Admiral Gibbs for Blue Chew. First month free.
Dude, you
do have some erectile difficulty.
Your volume keeps getting super loud, super quiet.
What's Blue Chew?
It's dick pills. Yeah.
It's Viagra rebranded for Gen Z because their T levels are so fucking low.
I don't need any help. Okay. I'm ready to go.
It's really good when you crush it up.
You guys ever tried those?
And you snort it, right? Like you got a candy flip.
You guys ever tried like gas station dick pills?
Gas station dick
pills. I have not, but those are absolutely scams for sure.
I don't know. I've tried like I think like 3 of them from the gas station, just because I was curious as to like how they work, if they work, right? And they actually do work. Okay, so it's not a scam. It's not a scam. It makes you kind of feel like shit, but it's definitely not a scam.
It's not healthy.
You're not supposed to do the rhino ones more than like 2 of them, like in a month span, because it's like super toxic apparently.
Have you seen that one supplement that markets itself at improving the size of your loads? It's called it's called
that 100% works. That 100% works.
We had this conversation, Doobie, and I know the guy who sells it, and then you are like trying to like hit me up for a discount.
You can just buy the vitamins that are in that though. Like I was reading what I saw a TikTok about this, and I looked it up, and I was like, it's sus, and it's all just like magnesium and like niacin and some other bullshit.
Yeah, it's just like a volume enhancer. I like it. My fiance likes it. I have no complaints.
Everybody likes bigger loads.
My only complaint is that you have to take like fucking 9 of them a day or some shit. But that beyond that, it's like it's good. I like it.
You take a lot of them, yeah, and for a long period of time.
Well, I take a lot of like supplements, like the fucking collagen pills I take are like there's like 6 of them that I take a day.
You're wasting you don't need collagen pills.
Okay, don't fucking doctor at me, okay? I'm taking it. Fuck you.
I mean, yeah, if you want to waste your money, by all means, you probably have money to spare.
Doesn't it help your joints, Corey?
Well, no, because people think that when you ingest collagen, it's going to go to the collagen like in your joints, but you know, you have your digestive system that like breaks down proteins into peptides.
What's your opinion on steroids?
Hold on, pause. I take collagen with my protein, but I just take it as like a protein with like a more complete protein that may or may not be healthy for the skin, but mostly I'm just taking it for additional.
Do you do like a protein shake?
If you're just taking a protein supplement, like, but people.
I take like an animal based. I take like an animal based grass fed protein with like A2 milk and some collagen all together, and that's 52 grams of protein and 18 grams of carbs. So it works out pretty well.
I feel like we should put a poll up on all our channels right now and see if women actually want bigger loads. I feel like that's what we should poll. That's how we should start.
First of all,
We'll get one
there's probably
response from one woman in the chat.
I was going to say,
collectively.
like collectively here, there's probably like 4 women in the chat, and even then, we have to assume that they're honest, which I don't assume that anybody's honest on internet polls.
I saw one study that the thesis was that semen is an antidepressant because there's like some study that showed that like if you don't use protection, then like she's happier afterwards.
I could say
that sounds like a guy who made that study.
It definitely does, doesn't it?
And I'm sure you dissected it. Actually, you can tell me the methodology, like what exactly, or did you just read that conclusion?
It was a
I've read that conclusion, and then I bring it up when it's convenient for me.
Okay.
But I don't otherwise use it.
Doobie spreading happiness when he's taking those pills. That's what he's doing, right? That's what was the whole point in the first place. Spread joy.
Well, whatever works. And he said he has no complaints from his partner. So.
Also, I just Googled it, and Harvard says that collagen's good for you. So.
Good for you versus good for your joints are 2 separate claims.
It says good for your skin and joints. Just saying. Look at that.
Oh, I thought there was more.
Dude,
good for your skin and joints.
I don't want to say that you can get any scientific claim, especially when it comes to nutrition, diet, and supplements, published in nearly any magazine, but you can kind of get nearly any scientific claim and study with poor methodology published on diet, nutrition, or supplements in almost all of these. Like maybe not Nature magazine or Science, but like there are so many places that you can.
There is a caveat. These papers do come from apparently collagen manufacturers, so there's a little bit of a conflict of interest there.
I trust
a little bit. You mean like a 100%?
When they do panels and they do studies on alternate fuel sources, like those are people we can trust. Exxon.
I actually, so 2 things. One, I wanted to quickly go back to the Vite-Eyes thing that you were talking about before.
Vite-Eyes.
Yeah. Because as you described it, it was to help replace the vitamin in your eyes that like absorbs blue light. So this comes from the idea that blue light is like harmful to you in some way, right? And so like, you're looking at your screens all the time and they have blue light, and then that does a thing, and then don't let it do that thing to you. But my understanding is that's not even like real. That's like I don't know where it even came from, but it's just like a thing. And then but as soon as like you get those like health factoids, like those easily digestible health factoids, well then you can like monetize that, right? All those things. So you can sell like blue light glasses to people,
hold
so
on, there is some truth to that. It's just not it's not the original claim that like that it's doing anything harmful to your eyes is what's bullshit. But if you filter it, it does reduce stress on your eyes. It's the same reason why if you're in a harbor master unit or like a air traffic control area at night, they're always using red light. It's because it's easy for your eyes to stay adjusted to the dark, and it's the least amount of stress on your eyes.
So what I'm saying, so what I'm hearing is like it's like when you had these health factoids, they can just become anything, and you can monetize that thing, right? So now you're running out of the vitamin, right? And so now you can replenish the vitamin because you've heard that blue light, like I described it, blue light does a thing, right? You want to stop doing that thing, and then so like let's monetize a solution to that thing. So that's just like a thing that, and you can see this. We can name examples of this as this happened like throughout history, right? And by history I mean like internet history. You can just see a list of these things. As soon as the public can absorb one of those factoids, then you can just do anything with that.
I'm torn.
And then
I have a question for you.
And before you do that, I just wanted a quick question, Doobie.
Yeah.
Doobie, did you start taking all those vitamins when you were like started working out, like those supplements? Because that's what people who work out do.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Yeah.
I did a lot of really, really unhealthy shit at the start. Like I went on a potato diet for like 6 months. Okay, I felt like I was
like
dying.
a kidney patient?
No, I was eating nothing but boiled potatoes. Boiled potatoes with just sometimes some pepper, maybe a
Irish?
little bit of salt. Sometimes I'd eat like 8 of them a day, right? That's it, just with like water and that.
So what was your
I felt like I was fucking dying. Okay, but I lost a lot of weight.
Getting literally no nutrients.
Yeah.
I mean, potatoes are like a
so
superfood.
I think
like
once I
stuck
got through that
somewhere.
stage of doing like, and I also did the juicing thing for a while.
Yeah,
nothing
right.
but, like I was like juicing
Yeah,
vegetables
it's a
and
witch
shit.
shawl. That's what you should.
So after I got through that stage, right, of trying to like find a way to like crash course losing weight, I figured out a healthy way to do it, and I started taking vitamins and all that stuff.
If you want to say something to that, go ahead, Bam. But then we'll go to Scott and Corey.
Yeah, I was just curious what the logic was behind that. Like everything as far as like fitness when you first get introduced is like cutting carbs versus like going with the most carb, like the most, starchily dense food on earth is the only thing you're consuming. Like I've just never even heard of that diet.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you because you did it.
I think
thought behind it at the time.
I think at the start, I wanted to go cold turkey on everything, right? So I wanted to do like I felt like I needed to do the hardest thing because I needed to lose so much weight, and if I didn't do the hardest thing, I would fuck up again, right? If I gave myself any outlet, right, where I was eating food that tasted good, felt good, I'd fuck up.
Okay, so that's not really a
so I think
industry. You just like made up something.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with the fitness industry. It was me saying, okay, how the fuck can I lose weight as quick as possible? Oh, some people do this. I think I remember looking it up at the time. How many calories in a bowl of potato, right? Oh, it's like 119 calories or some shit. It's like, okay, well, that's very few calories. I need to reduce my calorie count. So I just do that. Fuck the nutrients, right? And it was a very stupid way to do it. So yeah, it had nothing to do with the fitness industry. It was all just me being stupid.
Gotcha. Okay, I was just curious. Like I was like, I've never heard that, and I've looked at
Scott and Corey.
So I mean, I have and maybe it's a tangent, I don't know, but like, I do have like this weird, like, I'm not sure whether or not it is morally good or morally bad or morally neutral. And I mean this in a purely prescriptive way, right? To separate a fool from his money, right? Like if you're stupid enough to buy supplements that there's no research supporting, there's no data supporting, you only bought it because you saw Dr. Oz say it was good on TV, right? And like that's your only claim of like any expertise or anything. And you spend like a good chunk of, like, you spend 4 or 5 Netflix accounts a month. Like, is it like on this supplement that's not doing shit for you? Like, is it morally wrong because you're defrauding them in some capacity? But are you really defrauding them if you're being upfront about it and saying like, hey, we think it does these things, etc. Especially when someone can very easily Google it. So it doesn't really fit the definition of fraud per se, because the information is readily available that it's not good. And so is it morally neutral, or is it morally good to take money away from unproductive retards that don't know what to do with their money and funnel it into people that have the business acumen to take money from them? Like, is that not a good for society to give money towards more productive, intelligent people and get it away from retards?
I have thoughts on this, but like, Corey, go first.
Well, I'm going to springboard off of that and build off of that. Separating fool, I think, separating fool and the money. And you said when everything's easily Googleable. So I'm going to bring it back to Lactoid, because Lactoid made a claim of
talking about fools. Let's talk
I'm
Lactoid.
not making that claim. But he said
it's the semen claim, right?
No. He said he Googled something quickly about collagen, and according to Harvard, did you read that entire article? Did you read the section on should you try?
Obviously,
collagen
he didn't
supplement?
fucking read the entire article.
No. That's why I'm trying to get to the root of
That's why I emphasized, quote, I just Googled this and I clicked on the first link.
Exactly. So there's a section in this Harvard article that says, should you try collagen supplements or drinks? At this time, there isn't enough proof that taking collagen pills or consuming collagen drinks will make a difference in skin, hair, or nails. Our bodies cannot absorb collagen in its whole form because, again, like I said, we have a digestive system that breaks things down into peptides and amino acids. Okay, so you consuming collagen in its alpha helical form doesn't state if it's alpha helical form, and that's why, like, yeah, people can Google
Okay,
things.
Corey. Okay, Corey. Well, then what about this?
Vitamins.
Quote: Other trials have found that the supplements can improve joint mobility and decrease joint pain, such as with osteoarthritis or in athletes. What about that, Corey?
Yeah, but that's not. So that's a separate claim. We can go down that. So you mentioned skin, hair, and nails, and apparently it's good. So that Harvard one, does it have a section there talking about should you take it? Did you get to that?
It says human studies are lacking, but some randomized controlled trials have found that
so
collagen supplements improve skin elasticity, joint mobility, and decrease joint pain. And sperm is an antidepressant.
So what does it say under the question, should you try collagen supplements or drinks? What does it say? Does it say?
I'm trying to find that section.
You're not gonna find that in literally any fucking scientific study, and if you do, it's a bad scientific study. If a scientist is recommending you take a supplement in their study, like they're giving you recommendations to take a supplement or to eat a certain thing, you're almost certainly looking at a heavily biased study. Like even when you see groups like the governmental organizations, like research from them being like, you know, where they hire someone to basically be like, let's talk about why, you know, ultra processed diets are so great. Even the government will be like, doesn't seem that it would fuck you up too bad. Like they don't tell you like, go eat a bunch of Kellogg's cereal, right? Like they'll just be like, it seems to be that 70% ultra processed diet is perfectly fine so long as you're getting your macronutrients, wink wink, right?
Well, that's the tricky part, because like I actually don't know whether, you know, Lactoid doesn't just, you know, is either being intentionally obtuse or unintentionally obtuse, and just only wants to cherry pick information where he knows that my claim is correct.
I'm gonna read the most important sentence.
I feel like you're just being kind of autistic about this.
That said, the available research has not shown negative side effects in people given collagen supplements. There's no risk, right? There's no risk.
I agree.
It's like there's some evidence that says it's good. Is there like a ton of evidence? No, but there's no downside. So why not?
Well, yeah, that's why. Like, I agree with you. Assuming
a betting man should do it.
Yeah.
The risk is the loss of money.
Wager,
record.
Collagen wager, exactly.
I mean, like the risk is.
This is the exact same argument I use for not wearing a condom.
There is a risk, right? Which is, you know, the loss.
Well, there is a risk there, yeah.
Buying it, you know, and taking it.
Yeah, you could, yeah. I don't know why he's pissed. She's really pretty. Like that kid's gonna be like way more attractive.
He's pissed because it ruins his brand and he's done.
Why does that ruin his brand?
You want to know why it ruins his brand? All right, one, because he's been sitting here for however long preaching all this bullshit. Then he's over here acting like half his brand is Christianity, and then he's like, "Oh, by the way, get an abortion," which is pretty anti-Christian. Then he turns around and he's like, "Oh, well, I'm so rich," and in that thing it says, "I don't have any money for you," so it sounds like he's poor. So not only is he not rich, he's not Christian, and he's a hypocrite. I mean, the list goes on and on.
Who are you talking about?
Well, he's a hypocrite.
He just randomly started talking about Myron.
Yeah.
Well, no, so it's Prime. I'm going to catch you. I'm going to catch you up a little
bit. You know the losers from Fresh and Fit, like most Red Pill.
One of the dudes
nutted in a Chinese escort, and then his friend cried about it, being like, "I was suing by my dude for trying to tell that Chinese escort to get an abortion because we're boys, bro, and the world's against us, and we like to murder babies, but pay no attention to that because the world's against us, bro." It's just idiots being idiots.
Yeah, so something specific is weird.
She's attractive, though.
Specifically mentioned collagen, because I was actually just went with someone yesterday to pick up some biotin and collagen supplements. Like, and although your body, from literally everything I've seen, it says that like generally the body, like a supplement as by itself wouldn't be enough to like actually affect your hair and nails.
Collagen is like the most abundant protein in your body.
But if you're like protein deficient in your diet already, I was about to say it can be positive to supplement it. Like if you're having brittle nails,
you have to agree with that, Corey.
Yeah, if you're protein deficient, more protein in any form is going to help you. I agree with that.
But specifically collagen.
Almost nobody is getting the protein they should be getting for their weight, right? Like you're supposed to be getting like roughly 80% of the protein
Yeah, it's like
to
the
pounds.
general rule of thumb is like 0.8 grams per pound of body weight.
I don't think you know how much.
Yeah, that's what I'm
red
saying.
meat-
Like
I mean,
80% is what I mean. Like if you're 200,
Maybe you don't need collagen,
like,
Gibbs.
I don't think I
you
need
should be
collagen.
getting like
My
160 grams of protein. Nobody is unless they're eating really healthy.
That's why I have such luscious hair. It's you know.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I eat the joints of animals, and my nails are very thick.
Wait,
Corey,
Lack-
do you
wait,
have an
Lack-
answer to that, Corey?
Yeah, can you change out your chair for a couple
Only
of streams?
oxtail soup.
Change out my chair? Why?
Well, because I want to see what happens when you sit on a soft chair. Sit on a soft chair.
My back hurts too bad. I can't do it.
Okay, I rest my case.
Okay.
That's for different reasons, though.
He fucking got you there. I'm not gonna lie. He fucking cooked you there, dude.
No, that's because I fucked up on a deadlift. That's why.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's because
True, I never deadlift.
his
He-
pectoral
never.
muscles are so like thick, right? Like it's a lot of weight on his back, and it's.
I would actually kind of side with Corey. Like, if you're a gym rat, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but my advice would be, don't deadlift if you can avoid it, especially if you do it wrong, like I did.
I agree with you. If you do it wrong, you can mess up a lot.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Yeah, 100%.
Hey man, don't do this thing wrong. Sage advice.
Well, no, it's just like it's the risk versus reward you get back from it. Like anyone who the people who deadlift are like power lifters. Like they're doing it for the sport of it. Like professional athletes generally don't deadlift or power clean for that matter.
Even though they probably should, because it'll be beneficial. Depending on your athletic.
It impresses women though, so there is that.
Why do you think I was trying to do
Makes
it?
a
I have
badass
way too
fucking
much weight.
Tinder profile picture, bro.
I was trying to look good, and it definitely didn't work out.
No, when it's over your head, that one more for that second, it's over your head. That's you.
It's gotta be that. It's gotta be this post.
Yeah.
Well, the over the head, that's never mind. It doesn't matter.
And I didn't do it with my.
Wrong? I apologize then.
I didn't do it with my legs at all. I did it entirely with my
Clean a
lower
jerk,
back.
I think.
Proud of you.
Snatch one of the two.
Okay, if I use the wrong term, then I do apologize.
That's a clean and jerk.
Clearly, I'm not part of that particular group. I was going to talk about what Scott said. Hey everyone, this is Reverie Roundtable. We're doing the thing, right? But like it's an open discussion, so we're kind of going to see where it goes. And I think we've found something interesting. I had like a backup topic that I also want to throw out there eventually, but it's completely different from what we're discussing right now. And there's Lactoid, Scott, Corey, Doobie, my man, Admiral Gibbs, Bam, amazing individual, Aiko. Thank you all. All right. So, and we have one other person who will be here shortly. So you talked about like if you like separating fools from their money, right? Now,
yeah, I'm conflicted on the moral question of whether or not it is morally good or morally bad or morally neutral to. Obviously, fraud is wrong, right? But if someone's willing to buy dumb shit that isn't that effective, and you kind of just be like, hey, well, it might fucking help as long as you're not actually lying. Like with the collagen thing, right? Like if you just be like, hey, look, some studies show that there is like some improved elasticity. There's no research to suggest this is negative. Why don't you fucking try it out and see? Because it might be really good for you, and you should buy it and you should test it out. And it's only fucking, buy one, get one half off right now. And if people are just like, oh my God, I gotta buy it because of my joints, right? Like, fucking.
I buy essential oils and crystals.
And I really want to examine. I don't know if you're even trolling me, Lactoid. I
can show you. I'm not trolling you.
I know
he's
you.
Okay. He's got essential oils and crystals.
Okay, I gotta. That's gonna be like a separate
and
conversation.
Tarot cards.
You and I have. Okay, that's gotta be a separate
but I do it just to make my room
have.
smell nice.
They do smell great. Oh my God.
I just have a diffuser. Like it just smells good. Like that's all.
Okay, so I'll take your question. I'm gonna take it to a different area, right? Now, I'm glad we have my friend Aiko Rich here, right? Because this is gonna make me sound like a edgy atheist, but it would seem to me that if the church is going to sell you on this product, being the miracles and prayer and whatnot, right?
Well, I mean, there's pause. There's better research to suggest going to church is better for you than there is for fucking college.
No. But that's not what they're selling you on, right? If that was, that'd be one thing. I'd be totally behind it. If what they were selling was like, hey, we have this community, right? And we do activities, we hang out with each other.
They're selling you the kingdom of heaven.
That community. Yeah.
Predominantly, they're selling you the kingdom of heaven. They're not. They're not selling you fucking
or hell,
connectiveness and fucking charity and fucking brotherly love. I mean, that's part of it, but mostly, they're selling you, the kingdom of heaven.
Exactly. So, if there, so that's a different thing. Like when I was in college, I had a conversation with a professor I really respected. We had a conversation. It was about like religious fraud, basically, right? So not like talking about like the major ones like Catholicism or anything like that, but like it was about like people just like taking advantage of the religious. And I remember at the time, it was like 20 or something. I was like deeply offended that people would do that, like concerning someone's religion. Like, how could you take advantage? It's so sacred. So, like, even then, I was like shaking my like beliefs. I don't think I was the atheist at the time, but like, I thought like this was just such a violation. But I had moved so far on that, right? Like, if like I'm a prosperity gospel and I can convince you that giving me money will give you blessings, I'm like, why shouldn't I? Right? Like what were you doing with that money anyway? Like, why shouldn't that person take that money?
You're missing the key thing in the prosperity gospel.
Oftentimes, they're spending that money on like very important things like healthcare.
Well, so you brought up prosperity gospel, which is really interesting. So like,
Admiral Gibbs, please fix your mic, brother.
What's wrong with it?
It just keeps going, like it keeps tuning way down real quiet and then going back up. And
I mean,
loud,
it looks good on my end. I mean, is that everybody?
I don't.
That problem?
Is that? Yeah,
I think it might be on your end, Scott.
I think
it's only happening with Admiral Gibbs though. Like no one else is it happening with.
Because it looks like it's working on mine.
Maybe your ears are
might be
tuned to
Discord.
Admiral Gibbs.
I don't mean it might be. It might just be Discord. I'm sorry.
So this is what's interesting about prosperity gospel, right? So I've had a problem with prosperity gospel before from the Christian standpoint. But what's interesting after I kind of dived into it is it's not that they're just selling the, hey, give me the money and I'm going to be rich, right? It's that they're also selling the network. A lot of people that are really rich go to the prosperity gospel, and their argument is that if you're poor, you're being, disowned by God, basically. Like, the God doesn't want you to be poor. You wouldn't be poor if you were actually a Christian. And so that when you go, you get the network and you inherit the network. And by going to these prosperity gospel church, like Joel Osteen, you'll inherently have more opportunity to become richer because God's going to provide that opportunity by being there. So they're not even selling you fraud. They're selling you the network as well as the bullshit.
I wouldn't consider Joel Osteen to be in the prosperity gospel.
He is absolutely prosperity gospel.
I'm just
bad person.
I was going to say
Mormon
real
church
quick,
works
like,
too, and
so the thing about prosperity gospel is like, there's a wide range of how that is done, right? So like on like, let's say the less egregious side, right? There is like, the Christian worldview of the first industrialists, right? That like, it is good. Like if you are holy and you are good and you are righteous and you are honest and you are hardworking and you believe in God, then God will reward you. And that like your bad wealth and your bad situations isn't necessarily like is in some way a kind of like it's predeterminism, right? It's like Calvinism 2.0, but specifically with money, right? Like this idea of like, oh, you're destined to do good because, one thing or another. But at the same time, I want to say that like on one end of the spectrum, it really is just telling you, okay, if you're poor, like look at your fucking life. What are you doing? Are you making high time preference decisions? Are you living in sin? Are you being kind of dishonest? Are you doing things that are like bringing about like almost like a negative karma that's affecting your finances? And then all the way on the other end of that is kind of what Admiral Gibbs is saying. Like, if you're not giving me 20% tithing, God hates you and you're going to be poor forever. And I do think that there is like a kind of a moral lesson, at least from, at the end of the day, it's all mysticism, so it's all bullshit. But there is kind of like a kind of a gradient to how egregious or how maybe potentially positive it is.
So
moral system.
So I think that when I think of prosperity gospel, I think of a specific thing that I always thought was like really strange. Like, and they always came on at like that random channel at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and there was
ABC.
you see like infomercial that would say that like pay $5.99 and your sins are cleared. Like, or the sin, like blah blah blah, like, and it was like very blatant.
I've
like,
never seen this one.
Yeah,
I
it was
mean,
like,
I generally think Joel Osteen is like the epitome of the prosperity.
see, I don't consider that. Was
No,
like, I
so
don't consider
the biggest dude is Kenneth Copeland, right? He's the dude who's like, plain tube full of demons. I gotta have my own private jet. It's very much the idea of like God rewards his children, like the faithful, through cold hard cash, baby, right? Like you pray to him hard enough, he'll give it. He'll get you some money.
I think you guys are confusing two different things. Hold on.
Yeah,
I think you guys are. I think you guys are confusing preachers that are taking money.
One second. Let Bam finish because
Harvard
Bam
again?
got interrupted. So let's Bam finish.
This is right up Wikipedia.
Yeah. So like
Even better.
so yeah, like so that's what I consider prosperity gospel. It's saying that like giving this money is directly related to like how saved you are. Like the more you give, the more saved you are. That and these things do exist. I think that combining that with like, oh, okay, there are some pastors from mega churches who are wealthy and they may have a book or something like that, but they don't directly tie that to like they don't directly tie that to your wealth. Like me personally, as faith believing Christian, a God lover in here in a room full of sinners, me too, saved by grace. But I only tithe, I have a church that I tithe to now, but I don't tithe if I don't see the church giving back to the community. It's specifically related to that. Some people feel like they've lost some people feel like they lose their faith if they don't tithe, and tithing is 10%, the general rule of thumb, like 10% of.
I guess we can thank the Muslims for that
income?
one, right?
Well, it's either there's two things. It's either 10% off the front end or 10% off the back end. It just depends on how exact you want to get off of that. Like basically, I do 10% after I pay all my bills and stuff like that. But to my home church, but it's because of the work they do in the community. If I ever hit a point where I felt like my church wasn't doing, like I was participating in a church where I enjoyed the message, but it wasn't like giving back to the community for whatever reason, at that point I would no longer tithe. But some people do feel like if they didn't do that, they would like somehow be ruining their blessings, and I don't buy into that personally.
So Scott, you can go and
seed money.
Gibbs.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, like, piggybacking off Bam a little bit. I think some of you guys might be confusing like pastors that are like just demanding money and are shisty with it than like prosperity gospel. Because prosperity gospel is saying like you're gonna be poor, you're gonna be like bad things are gonna come to you, and vice versa, good things will come to you if you give more money to the church. Like God will reward you for rewarding me with all of this fucking money and rewarding the church, right? And like I said, there's different levels of egregiousness to that. But like if you're just talking about like someone being like, you gotta give for the Holy Spirit, that's not really prosperity gospel, because there isn't a carrot there, which is what, right? Like there's the stick, which is like, hey, give us money, you need to. And there's like the shame, but you need the carrot, which Bam was talking about, which is like clearing of the sins, or God will reward you. That's the carrot that like convinces you to give more money, that makes it prosperity gospel, as opposed to just going to church and then being like, black-pilled, the world is, falling apart, we need money to help people. That's not prosperity gospel. That's just them shaming you into giving them money to presumably help other people, or to do things in as God wants you to do them.
So first I want to say, as a Christian, that Joel Osteen is hands down one of the biggest false prophets, apostates, evil men in the history of Christianity.
Well, they're all false prophets. All prophets are false prophets.
He's a real bad person. Overall, we can look at his responses in Houston during the crisis. Like, I was over here, one-bedroom apartment. We got two fucking rescue boats working on my apartment. He can't even open up the doors. But another thing, if you really examine Osteen's teachings, which I have, is Osteen is one of the most prominent prosperity gospel teachers. His writings promote prosperity doctrine, prosperity theology, the belief that reward is a material gain, is the will of God for all pious Christians. He also promotes that if you are poor, that you are it's because you're not in favor of God. Like these are like that's the carrot and the stick right there. So like he's promoting that you come to his church. Like he is like the epitome of prosperity.
Let me apologize if there was a miscommunication. I wasn't trying to say that Joel Osteen wasn't because you were confusing it. I was just trying to be more clear about what it was.
I was more referring to Bam because he said he didn't think that Osteen was, but Osteen is definitely like.
You can say he's a bad person, but I don't know if he necessarily preaches prosperity.
I'm
it
saying
just seems
that,
to be a very unique thing.
Yeah, I'm saying that like whenever I look at prosperity gospel like theology, like he's one of like the defining people that like when you look at the teachings, especially his books, they like when he puts them out, he advocates that like in the book that you are poor because God hates you because you've not come to him. Like that is a thing that he promotes. In like not
is that falsifiable though? It's not fraud.
I mean,
because religion is not falsifiable, right?
I mean, if God did hate you, he would probably make you poor, though, right?
I suppose the existence of
rich and lonely.
The existence
I mean,
of
God has the ability. God has. If God exists, oh my God! If God exists, He has the ability to make you rich. So. If you believe in God, you might not believe in prosperity gospel, but at the end of the day, he certainly doesn't really love you because he could make you rich if he wanted to.
You can make the argument in the reverse. You know, what does Jesus say? It's harder for a rich man to get to heaven than it is for a needle to go through the eye of a camel. So, like, I mean, he might be like, well, I do hate you.
Well, for a camel,
a needle can get through the eye of a camel pretty easily.
It's a camel. A camel can go through the eye of the needle, but like archaeologists and
it's archaeologists of the city.
Yeah, it's just like archaeologists discovered that that's like just a fucking bar that is like designed to make it kind of difficult for camels to get in so they don't drink all the fucking water in an oasis. So people keep their camels
also
out.
it sort of forced you to unpack your camel of everything that was on it in order to get through the day, which is the
so there's a metaphor that like
shedding
like
all of our wealth so that we can enter the kingdom of heaven.
Not all
not
of it.
Burdened by materialism.
Yeah,
I mean, sure, that's an interpretation. Sure.
That's your exegesis, man.
That's why that's what that gate was famous for, was that you had to take all of those things off of your camel in order to get the camel in.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So again, but I said sure.
I'm not making a point against.
Why do you have any money?
Well, that's
why do you have
the
any
idea,
money
right?
whatsoever?
Money is the root of all evil, right? Love of money is the root of all evil. So
that's one of the most immoral statements a human being could ever make. It's a disgusting, horrible thing.
But
to
it's
say.
right.
Money
I mean, Jesus says it, right?
Fuck Jesus.
I'm just telling you. I'm not telling you that you have to be Christian. I'm just saying that within the context of the Gospels, if you believe in the Gospels, then you're not getting. It's anti-materialist doctrine.
Yeah, but Jesus
what he's saying is
money
Jesus
is the root of all evil. Though, right?
I think that is a modern hope to reinterpret it. That it's anti-materialist to say that
it's considered idolatry. It's like no other god before me. Like if people is saying if you worship money. Like
that's why people like Job are used as examples.
Oh, idolatry. As you're going through idolatry. Okay, fair enough.
You talk shit about Jesus, and there you go.
But it doesn't mean, but that doesn't mean that like some people will take that.
Yeah, Jesus,
and,
Jesus
can't
Buddhist. Fucking get antibiotic resistant tuberculosis under control in fucking Peru, but he can come fuck up my mic. All right, wow.
Quite literally, you know.
Hey,
all right, cool.
Listen,
You're
guys, say God is
it works in mysterious ways, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like some people take that to mean go like full Buddhist and say that like the Bible teaches like to never have anything. But there are richer followers in the Bible. Like
have y'all seen the thing that they say?
Well, there are. One of them asks him specifically how he can be a follower, and he says, "Yes, give up all of your wealth and come follow me." And the rich man leaves sad.
Well, yeah, there's stories related to
that.
that.
Everyone's good decision on the redhead girl's case because she's like, I came to God, but hasn't given up all of her money, kept all her money, is doing like just.
Oh, you're talking about Nala?
Oh, the porn.
Yeah, everyone's calling her. They're like, oh, well, if you converted and you're a true believer, we'll give up this $9 million.
Well, what's
she
funny
sold her cars and she sold her back. She didn't give them away.
But you know what's really funny is they also have Riley May, and they came at Riley May about it, and she was like, something prosperity gospel, and I was like, damn it.
I wanted to, I do want to get back to this point on prosperity gospel. To be clear, I brought up a religion because it's like the first thing that comes to my mind when dealing with Scott's question specifically. It's not, I didn't bring it up like to just shit on religion. I didn't mean to make that.
I mean, I'll take that opportunity if we need to. You know, I don't care. It's not something. It's like of all the enemies of Western civilization, like Christianity is way down on the list, right? Like I got to get rid of leftists and Marxists and commies before I start dealing with like the the mystics, because like Christians are out here doing what? Like
Maybe let me ask you a question.
hurting nobody, fucking.
So I wanted to ask Doobie if you're there. Are you there, Brent?
It must just be stripped like instantly.
Doobie,
While you wait for
there?
Doobie, let me ask Fabian a question while you wait for Doobie.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Fabian, do you think that the Nazis are leftist socialists?
It depends on how you want to. It depends on what you mean by that, right? So I would say that fascism.
No loaded question. I just want to see what you think.
So like no. I'm trying to be accurate here, right? So I would say that fascism is like the concept that third position comes after Nazism is a bit of a cope, right? Like Nazism and fascism are both forms of third position, which is to say that they are anarcho-syndicalist, right? Every single leader of the fascists in Italy, as well as almost everyone in Nazi Germany, claimed that they were socialists, claimed that they were left-wing. Germany created the largest union to ever exist in the entire history of the world. Read The Vampire Economy by Gunter Reimann, a Marxist economist that absolutely agrees that Nazism is basically a mirror image of communism and the USSR and the way that it handles the economy. So economically, it's without a doubt communist and socialist from a vein of anarcho-syndicalism. Socially speaking, though, it's kind of a mix-up. It's a toss-up, right? So Hitler obviously was like a vegan. He was a lefty in some ways. But then Ein Volk was a right-wing ideology. Now, obviously, critical race theory is based in Volkism. It's based in Nazism because, and you can see it even in the language they use, because W.D. Du Bois went to Germany to study and learn about Volkism, and then he came back and wrote the Soul of Black Folks, right? He's invoking blood and soil and the black identity, and anti-colonialism is as well. The idea that the black is a nation captured under an oppressive nation. But again, there is something different about the majority desiring to regain control from the minority versus the minority feeling oppressed and wanting to rise up. And so the real answer is that when communism becomes a threat, because it is an existential threat to a nation and to its people, when socialism goes too far, or when it exists at all, but when it goes too far, it obviously gets more dangerous. If it's likely to take over the institutions, you will see fascism and Nazism as a response, which adopts the entire economic model of socialism and adopts most of the social policies while maintaining some race-based politics and some right-wing cultural values. And so it becomes a mishmash of a sprinkled in right-wing cultural values with all of the worst things of communism and socialism to protect the nation from communism. And I'll just say this last thing. Lastly, you can tell that even though fascism is horrible, it is obviously better than communism because of those sprinkled in right-wing values are not dysgenic to society. And that's why Germany, Japan, Portugal, Spain, every place that has ever adopted fascism was able to heal and recover from fascism after 1 or 2 generations. And most places that have adopted communism have been decimated for far, far longer because it's slightly worse.
Also, massive injections from the West, monetary injections from the West. Anyway, I love, they were so communist, the Nazis, that they killed all the communists. They were so communist that they created the largest union by dissolving all the other unions and then creating an organization which was a sham, and that took orders from the capitalists.
I'm sorry, how's that different than China or Russia? Or was that hashtag not real communism?
Karl Marx is inherently racist, so being racist is not a right-wing trope. That's definitely a left-wing thing.
Well, I mean, Karl Marx was a self-hating Jew, but I don't know that he was. He was racist, but he wasn't any more racist than like your typical intellectual.
The person of that man. Yeah. Lou Actor, you go ahead. You want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say so. Even if you want to argue that the Nazi Party was like right wing later, right after the Night of the Long Knives, I think it's like pretty indisputable that it was far left before this, right? So Gottfried Feder was actually was one of the, I think, the economist for the Nazi Party in the early 30s. And he was actually the guy who brought Hitler into the party, right? Hitler was not part of the Nazi Party, and then Gottfried Feder picked him and brought him into the party, kind of groomed him for leadership. And Gottfried Feder was a avowed anti-capitalist. And anti-capitalist beliefs are actually pretty common before the Nazi Party aligned themselves with kind of the established elite, the Junkers, and some other families. And a big part of that was that, kind of in this kind of critical race theory lens, they just saw Jews as like, they are the business owners, right? Then they're bleeding us dry. They're bleeding Germany dry. I mean, if you replace Jew with white person, like I've done this, right? You can like replace Jew with white person, and it becomes like pretty indistinguishable from modern day critical race theory, right? Like the white supremacy, the white people,
just give it
they
2 more
own
years.
all the money. They own all the factories.
You can see the Palestine-Israeli protests right now. Just give it 2 more years, and all the left will be talking about the Jews anyways.
Well, there was like a general like distaste, like under at least the Nazi Party lens prior to the Night of the Long Knives. Jews were associated, really all capitalists were. I mean, they were anti-capitalist to the core, but Jews were seen as like an inherent capitalist class, right? That were focused more on owning instead of working, which was kind of the basis for why it's called the National German Workers' Party. Now, there was a point in which Hitler, because he was a demagogue, kind of betrayed a lot of the more far left elements of his own party, had them killed, and then associated with different political parties. But there's still some elements that were left-wing that lasted till the very end. So I think the honest take is probably there's far right takes the Nazis had, some far left. But at the beginning, like bringing Hitler into the party, they for sure were as far left as it gets.
The big issue is because they're all like victims of populism. That's the combining factor between the two. Whenever you like have some other, whenever you have some like other evil entity that you have to fight, and then you lean into this like this one people or this small group of people like are here to save you, and we have to revolt. Like you're gonna end up at that same place no matter where you get. Like that's why I'm a strong institutionalist versus like a revolutionary.
I got Rich.
So it's interesting that we're talking about this today, the day of the eclipse, when the rapture was supposed to happen, because I think that the conservatives in Germany must have been raptured sometime in the 1920s, right? Because if you look at all the different parties that ran in the 1930 election and then in the 1932 election, what you'll find is that you had on the left, you had the Social Democrats and the Communists, and then you had the Center Party, which is just an establishment party that wanted to be sort of in the middle of everything, right? And then you had, the Nazis, who were themselves apparently left wing. Pretty much 100% of Germany was left wing then, right? So where did those German conservatives go? Did they just vanish and come back 40 years later, like after everything settled down? Or like who were the conservatives voting for?
Well, hold on. Of course this happened.
Real quick.
Look at America during the Great Depression. Look at the shift of politics there as well.
Right. So it's very simple.
I'm just saying,
where
did they go?
Hold on, real quick.
I can tell you where the Americans.
Hold on. Oh, am I muted?
They lost.
Am I muted?
I think they were just trying to let somebody else talk.
We were just ignoring you, Scott.
I know you haven't had a lot of time to talk so far today, Scott, but
yeah, no, it's really simple.
The question that
he's not at his usual 80% talking time.
It's really simple. It's really simple, right? So
Real simple,
I challenge you. I challenge you, right, to find a Republican that is in a swing state district, swing state or a swing district in Congress or in the Senate today, that you could say is more right wing than the Democrat Party in the 1990s. So when you say like, well, where did the right wing people go? If you look at the Republican Party today, it is absolutely what the left wing party was in 1992. Right? 1994 crime bill. Bill Clinton has multiple missions to close down the southern border so that we can control it. Bill Clinton initiated welfare reform so that we could save money and have a more efficient welfare system and get rid of people leeching off of welfare. Bill Clinton repealed the Glass-Steagall Act. Like, Bill Clinton is a better Republican during his presidency than any Republican alive today.
Yeah, I don't have to speak it, but who did they vote for?
Right, but so you're not. Right. So when that's the thing is that like when you say like, well, who did the conservatives vote for? we're living right now in America where conservatives are voting for a left-wing party that just happens to be less left-wing than the other party. There is no right-wing party in America today. So what did they do? They voted for the left-wing party that aligned with their views more, just like Americans are doing today by voting Republican.
Yeah, but okay, so right, and who was that party? Who was
they probably voted for the Christian.
Who was the least left-wing party that they could vote for?
They voted for the Christian Democrats and the Nazis.
Was it the communists?
Most likely, yeah.
Okay, it was the socialists. So the socialists were the conservatives. You're saying the conservatives were voting for the Socialist Party.
The Republicans right now are socialists.
They're the most
Literally
right-wing,
75% of the U.S. national debt, 75% of the U.S. federal budget as we speak right now includes two things. It includes welfare and it includes debt, interest on the debt. That's 75% of the entire U.S. federal budget. And yet there isn't a single Republican other than like Thomas Massey and Ron Paul that's like, let's get rid of these things.
Monetary,
they're all socialists.
That's just yeah, of course I know. Like this is amazing. I love that when I just let you talk about these things because then you just say ridiculous things. So
this was the answer I wanted because basically
it's a fallacious thing to just say it's absurd. Don't dismiss it.
I'm sorry.
Can I clarify something real quick?
Interrupted. Okay, right.
Iko, can you? I mean, maybe I'm wrong in this. I can't think of a single country where like a moderate conservatism was in power or like made any kind of political gains during the Great Depression. I mean, we're talking about an era, not only like the Great Depression, we're talking like massive war indemnities, and Germany's economy is just in the absolute shitter.
This is why I'm not looking at.
Of course, everyone's going to be a fucking leftist.
This is why I'm not looking at control of the legislature. I'm looking at the popular vote. Right? There were still plenty of Americans who voted for the Republican Party during the Great Depression. It's just that it wasn't enough for them to like take over Congress or to get the White House. Yeah, but I can tell you who the conservatives voted for. What I should say the pro-capitalists voted for in the Great Depression is they
even they weren't as bad off as Germans though. Like following World War I.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So, but my question is, who was the least left-wing party? Now your answer is that it was the socialists.
No,
socialists were the most conservative.
I think the least left-wing would be the Christian Democrats. Who were like kind of the Christian Democrats were like a moderate German party.
The CDU?
You have the Nazis. Yeah, the CDU.
And the Nazis,
that's what I told you.
No, the CDU, not the Nazis.
Not in 1930 and 1932. After the war, the CDU like becomes a thing, and it becomes a center-right party. But I would say there was of course there was a CDU before, wasn't there? Well, but they got. If you're talking about
stopped, but they existed.
You got to go pretty far down the list to find it. I can't even find them on the list in 1932.
Also, I think that you. I'm sorry.
If they got more than 0.5% of the popular vote.
I mean, did you also like
sorry,
conservative people?
I want to. I'm sorry. I want to get this in because Scott rightly said you can't just say my idea is ridiculous. But I was literally going to say another thing, and then other people started talking.
Yeah.
And then I'll go to Bam and everyone else.
Like to what I'm saying. So.
Yeah, like
Catholic Center Party.
I think it's interesting that
the Center Party is the one I mentioned. Go ahead.
I think it's interesting that when you talk about like why the Republican Party or any, maybe not any party, but like the Republican Party is not conservative, you bring up monetary policy, right? And you say that to say, well, they're not being monetarily conservative, at least in your viewpoint. And so that shows that they're not conservative. I think all that goes to show you is that like that was a lie to begin with for conservatism. That I think there are many brands of conservatism, and there are brands that don't include a fiscally conservative viewpoint, right? Now, at least not a real one, right? They'll virtue signal to that, but not like a real one. But that doesn't.
Okay,
but
hold
to
on.
say then that means they're socialist, right? On the other hand, because they spend money. It's just like the reason why that frustrates me when you say these things, Scott. That I know that like
what's
more
your definition of socialism?
No, hold on. Let me finish my literally the words I was about to say, right? And we can like discuss this, right? I know that you have a very defined idea of what socialism is, right? In any of these categories, right? I know you have a defined idea about these things.
I'm distinct and descriptive and accurate as opposed to vibing it out.
So what I'm saying is that like But then I see you lump everything within socialism, like, and it's
right.
Like
What's your definition of socialism?
No. I'm asking you. I want to put this on you, right? Because my definition can be all kinds of things. But like, what is your definition here? Because if your definition of socialism truly, and you weren't just trolling, truly includes the Republican Party, then I feel like I don't. Like it doesn't sound like it's so distinct.
Yeah. No. So here's the issue, right? Is we as humans, we live in the present and we view history based upon our own lifespan, right? So we have a difficult time conceptualizing things as they were before we were born, obviously. And we tend to look at things within generational shifts and within like 100 years, right? So what you have to understand is that the denazification process after World War II absolutely had a tremendous effect on political conservatism in the Republican Party over here, in the sense that when we were still allies with Russia in the beginning, we were doing everything we could to rewrite the concept of moral rights and moral wrongs. And the entire intelligentsia of Europe, including America, was running with their tail between their legs as the horrors of communism come out to rewrite what is morally righteous within academia. We have been, as a nation, as a political party, as a philosophy, have been completely infected to the point where, yes, our right-wing party is espousing socialist ideas, socialist tendencies, and socialist policies. So if your definition of socialism is the original one, well, that really doesn't make sense anymore, right? The pre kind of like right at the French Revolution, that definition of socialism would simply be that like you're doing things for the benefit of everyone, right? And that could apply to basically any political ideology, right? If you're using a high communist, vulgar Marxist kind of interpretation of socialism, right? Then socialism is the transitory state in between the utopic communism and the death of capitalism, because its inherent contradictions need to be solved by slow or fast revolutions and state-based policy where state takes over aspects of the economy for the benefit of the people and for the benefit of the worker. And I don't know how you can look at a program like Social Security or Medicare or Medicaid or any of these other programs that are wealth redistribution programs that are designed to fix the problems of capitalism, in giant air quotes, right? To redistribute and solve the inherent contradictions of capitalism for the benefit of all of the workers, and then say, well, that's not socialism because they're right-wingers and I don't think they like black people as much as the left does. It's stupid.
Well, hold on.
They're socialists.
Actually, can I add to that before you go? I want to take issue with one thing, which I think you kind of touched on, is that this concept that race-based ideology is a right-wing talking point. It can be, but I would also like to point out that Karl Marx is an avid racist. He's the epitome of like left-wing theology, like philosophy when it comes to like government. He's avidly talks about how the American N-word should be like wiped off the face of the earth, and that slavery should be reinstated, all sorts of stuff because they're subhuman. Talks about the Jewish N-word and says this all sorts of stuff. So this is a left-wing ideological person. So the idea that the right-wing, that racism is a right-wing ideology is bullshit. It can be either side, and so that's part of the reason why when people go, oh, the Nazis aren't socialists because they were racist. I just laugh.
Dude, first of all, like, you're arguing with no one because
just saying.
Okay, well,
I think we all agree it's
there
racist,
might be Twitter individuals who think that racism is purely a right-wing problem, right?
Literally, only the Groypers would be like based Marx.
Yeah, racism is. I'm not familiar with those statements from Marx, but like I can believe that because I know he has said racist things. But, like I can believe that he said those things, but like that people on the left generally like understand that leftists can be racist. I've experienced racism on the left. Okay, right? So no one's arguing against that. All right.
So have I.
As have all white people.
I'm sure you have. But so I one, I don't think that Republicans are actually in favor of Social Security or Medicare or anything like that. I know they'll say, "Hey, we're not going to touch those things because there are practical electoral concerns that they're concerned about." Right? I think they're all frauds. I think they're all absolute frauds. I think that's
fine. I don't.
Party is,
but I mean,
hold on.
Then they obviously don't believe in the inverse, or they would do something about it.
Hold on. I think they're all frauds, which is something to be said. But I think even among the ones who do believe it, I would say that they at least are conservative, right? Like there are true believers out there, maybe not within our Congress, but they certainly exist. And
I didn't say they weren't conservative. I just said they were socialists. You can be a conservative socialist. Just look at Annie Tanky.
Sure. If you have a definition of socialism that includes the most right, well, I shouldn't say that. One of let me not go down that path because I'm gonna have to fight on a different thing. If it includes the Republican Party, I don't think it's a useful definition. That when people,
what's your definition?
Oh, that's why I'm trying to focus on your thoughts here, right?
Yeah, I gave the one that Marx put forward.
Sure, I don't want to argue back and forth on like what it should be. I'm just like I want to say that the thing that you're doing is less useful. Like if everything, because you called Republicans socialists, you said fascism
not the
is
usefulness
socialist, right?
Right, like
or communism, like the other side of communism, right? It seems like you're blending all these things together. I'm not saying I have the right definition, whatever my definition is. I'm just saying that what your definition doesn't seem to be useful in any particular conversation, because you're going to be people who are going to nod their heads about like you talking about like the Nazis were socialists, right? They're going to be people who like nod their heads along, right? Like, yeah, you're definitely right. There were definitely left wingers, right? And they'll agree with you, and they'll keep agreeing with you until you say, well, Republicans were also socialists. Then then you bring it into a modern context. I'm like, well, that's not the case, right? Like what I believe is different from what the left wingers believe. And so, like, if we're all the same thing, then where is where do you have a useful?
This isn't a critique. This isn't a critique. What you're saying is, I'm not participating in the delusion of the masses that the right wing is a meaningful, and that conservative and that the Republicans are a meaningful bastion against leftist philosophy, because I point to the exact ways in which they are leftist, the exact ways in which they are socialist, and the exact ways in which they are participating in the slow destruction of free market, free enterprise, and freedom and liberty. And then you go, well, that's not useful to say that they're bad too, but you don't have an argument against the truthfulness of what I'm saying, and you won't put forward a definition of socialism other than what I said, which is Marx's definition. Like, that's how Marx describes socialism, as a process.
The reason why I won't put forth a definition is because we're going to end up fighting about like what my definition happens to be, right?
I'm curious about your definition.
We can talk about that later. But like, I will be fighting about what my definition happens to be, and then comparing which one is more useful. What I'm saying, a useful definition would be more specific. So like it seems like to me that what your definition is doing is saying that these individuals, like, well, you just said it, right? They're not a useful bulwark against leftism. You're saying that
Burkean conservatives are just leftists going the speed limit.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. It's like, so like, I'll even give you an example, right? Like, if I took like Bill Clinton's standpoint on border security from however many years ago, right? And we compared it to leftist border security now, totally different, right? But if we look at Bill Clinton's border security from like the 90s, 2000s,
he's a Republican. Hold on.
Yeah, he'd be a Republican, right?
Yeah.
So,
hold on. To
like
be very clear,
like, yeah.
But please don't tell me that, like, because like there's no point in saying that to me. You're preaching to the choir.
That's not true.
I will readily say that Democrats are Republicans, right? I will say that they're conservatives.
Bill Clinton is extremely progressive.
I'll look at it.
That doesn't sound like you have a very useful definition of conservative. Okay? If you're saying that the Democrats are conservative.
No. I say corporate Democrats like Bill Clinton, right? He ushered in.
Right, but you're doing the same thing I'm doing.
No, I don't think I am. Right? I'm saying that that they are, and maybe. Well, actually, let me put this forth. Then we'll discuss. Am I doing the same thing that you're doing? Okay, right? I say that corporate Democrats are center right. I'd say that AOC's statement previously that her and Biden would not be in the same party if this was a parliamentary system. I think that's absolutely correct. I'd say that like the position of corporate Democrats, right? Like if we were just to break like our usual focus on the left-right divide, they would place them as a center-right party, right? And that's okay. I
agree. And the same thing with Thomas Massey and Ron Paul, right? If we had a parliamentary system, they would just be in the Libertarian Party. They wouldn't be in the Republican Party.
Can we disagree right there? Right? We'll go to the next thing. That's just not true. Like I know it sounds good to say like, oh yeah, they're basically conservative. They're trying to like keep things the way they are. But like but the Democratic, even the establishment Democratic Party is generally almost extremely progressive. Even if we look back to like, you want to say that Bill Clinton was a conservative. Here's some of his policies that we would still like today. He expanded childhood immunizations. He had a $500 tax credit. He signed the Brady Act. He had an assault weapon ban. He had the Violence Against Women Act. He increased the minimum wage. He had higher air quality regulations. He created the Hope Scholarship. Like, all this money we're spending. They had the Campaign Finance Disclosure Act. Like these aren't like, center of the pack conservative policies. These are extremely radical, extremely progressive policies. These are like some of the highest government spending in the interest of individuals that we've seen in the history of the United States.
Like there's no difference between him and Donald Trump.
You literally banning assault weapons isn't a radical policy
to you?
I'm saying because they're already banned, you don't think they are now. But prior to the concept of saying that you can't own this gun at all, that's not a radical policy.
It is radical.
I'm not saying it's not radical.
Of course it is.
I'm just saying Donald Trump and Bill Clinton are basically the same.
Sorry.
Donald Trump did the bump stock ban.
I know
Donald
because
Donald Trump did like a bunch of policies into the black community.
And it's like an acceptance of like all these things have already been in place all your life. So you assume they're like, this is the way it was
born in 1990.
Prior to them.
We've had strong gun laws in this country before. Right? We weakened our gun laws, and then our gun laws have fluctuated, right? And our ideas of like what gun regulation should be has changed drastically. All right, so like what it is today, I'm just basically saying the Overton window on those things have moved. So I can acknowledge that it was a shift.
Bill Clinton was against same-sex marriage, and like Tipper Gore was going after Satanist music and hated metal.
Increase to the minimum wage. Is there any leftist progressive here who doesn't consider increasing the minimum wage? Do they consider a conservative policy?
I'm saying
you're saying this is a conservative party.
You're cherry picking.
Sorry.
Well, I think Bam's right. To a degree on this.
What about repealing Glass-Steagall? Is that super progressive lefty to like let commercial banks and private banks invest in the same businesses? Like, yeah, you can pick and choose certain things from Clinton that are like left-wing progressive things, and then you can pick and choose things that are today considered very conservative. My point is that when you compare somebody like Bill Clinton's policy to your typical Republican in a swing state today, they're almost identical because the Overton window has moved over to the left. They literally are.
Okay, name a conservative whose policy lines up even close to Bill Clinton's. Just give me one.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump does not.
They have the same immigration policy. They have the same welfare policy.
Again, I'm saying
they have the same education policy.
No, they do not have the same welfare policy.
They have the same.
Bill Clinton has massive expansion on welfare.
No, Bill Clinton expanded welfare. Yeah, Bill Clinton reduced welfare by working with Newt Gingrich. He worked with Newt Gingrich to make welfare cheaper and less expensive, and to make sure that welfare queens got off of welfare.
Less people were on welfare, but the welfare, the access people had increased.
Yeah,
he turned it into block grants for the different states.
What did Trump do? Trump went in and had all of these special programs to try and bring welfare and bring business into the black community. Trump and Bill Clinton are nearly identical in their fucking policies. But you know who's not nearly identical in their policies? Biden and Clinton. Those are radically different policies.
They're not. I'm saying we're just living in two different worlds.
I'm living the one with facts and evidence, and you're living the one where you cherry-pick 2 or 3
the
policies.
biggest thing that decreased the number of people, the total amount we spent on welfare, was related to the fact that he attached work incentives. Basically, the fact that you had to turn into that you were looking for work.
That's a Republican. That's a Republican thing.
Yeah, that was a new
access to welfare. The total access to welfare increased. The amount of benefits you were able to receive under welfare increased, but you had to look for work, which ended up pushing like 10 million people off of welfare because they found employment.
You're right. Government grew under Bill Clinton.
No,
so did welfare grew, and he worked with the Republicans to have a more conservative
Because I'm about to say,
and
it's an effed
efficient
up thing to say progressives are anti-work. Like I'm not going to own that position. I'm not going to own it.
Bitch, I didn't say anything about anti-work.
Wait, no,
what I'm saying is that
he's
him and Donald Trump are basically the same. Trump is a 90s Democrat, dude.
But we can't name a single policy that is the same one.
I just named like 4, and you brushed them off.
Hold on. Yeah. So real quick. So, I'm just looking at this. So overall welfare usage went down. It declined like sharply because of Bill Clinton's policies, at least according to the Wikipedia.
Right.
The
access increased, but overall
and spending. Yeah. So spending also went down. He cut it up into block grants and gave it to the individual states, which again is a Republican incentive, like it's a Republican agenda, as opposed to like subsuming it within the federal government. Like in terms of welfare,
was literally the last one to put
he
ICE
himself said
on the border and build border wall.
He
was all about building the border wall.
We are going to end welfare as we know it, right? Like he was one of the most anti-welfare presidents we've had in the modern era.
Again, there's a difference between the total spending going down and the benefits the people who are on welfare have access to going up.
Republicans today love the idea of more efficient wealth redistribution because they're fucking socialists. They love the idea of if I can get more people on welfare, but I can have a path to getting people off of welfare and into the job market, the fucking Koch brothers would sign that bill in a hot fucking second. That's what modern conservatives are about. They're about programs and wealth redistribution, but they want them to be effective, and they don't want like immigrants to just like utilize them and like forever. They want them to get people out of poverty and be a stepping stone to making them productive Americans. That's the conservative opinion and position of welfare, and that's the position that Donald Trump has, and that's the position Bill Clinton has.
Donald Trump's position is literally just a cut. It's not a stepping stone. It's not.
That's not true. He increased welfare and he increased small business loans. He increased the Small Business Authority. He gave HUD more fucking money so that more black people could get homes. He started operations and initiatives to bring businesses into the black community. You're just making up shit.
I mean, honestly, like Donald Trump, was a well-known Democrat for decades.
He's been a New York Democrat
based on policy. It's based on the fact he lived in New York.
Yeah, but I mean, even then, he's like a moderate Democrat. That's the reason I brought up Clinton eventually, right? Like, because Clinton was a moderate Democrat, right? And you compare it to policies now, and sure, the Overton window has moved, and that's why when you say conservatives or whatever, it's some conservatives, not every conservative is following in the category that Scott's saying, and that's why Scott, I think, specified in swing states because they're not going to be a true Republican conservative or a true conservative.
There are no more blue dog Democrats, but there are Republicans that are conservative in swing states.
They're going to be they're going to lean a lot more one way on these issues, and it's not going to be a true conservative. I don't want regulation. I don't want socialism. All this stuff's bullshit. That's not what they're going to be about because
it's just Rand Paul and Thomas Massey.
Yeah, they're going to have to pander to their masses in order to stay elected in their states. And I mean, to some extent, Scott is correct on that statement, and I would say probably mostly correct. And that's part of the reason why I brought up Bill Clinton as the example, because now if you had Bill Clinton run, he would be in a totally different party.
He'd be Republican,
he would be a Republican. He absolutely would be a Republican. It's really not a
based on what? The border?
All of his policies. All of his
policies. We name one thing.
Bill Clinton was against gay marriage and was against gays being out in the army. You know what I mean? He was a social conservative. Tipper Gore and the Clinton administration was still in the height of the satanic panic because they were hardcore fucking Christian reactionaries up against heavy metal music and against Dungeons and Dragons and against video games because it's going to cause school shootings. No matter how you look at it, Bill Clinton is more conservative than Donald Trump.
Show me the conservative
who's
going to ban guns. Show me the gun banning conservative and what.
Literally, Donald Trump did the bump stock ban during his presidency. He restricted gun access.
Yeah, that's a radical leftist position, in my opinion. Bump stock ban. Why can't I have a sting?
And
like that's what
Donald
I'm saying.
Trump
Like,
has said
and the
multiple times.
creation of the Hope Scouts,
listen,
the biggest
Donald,
educational investment since like.
Donald Trump doubled the money that HBCUs got. Number one, and number two,
he
Donald
gave
Trump
like $2 million. Let's not have that conversation. That was not a real policy.
Nothing's a real policy, and it's all minimized.
No, it's legitimately not a real policy.
Clinton had
he signed
to do it. Dude, you're losing this. Like you're losing.
Also,
Donald Trump. Last real quick. Donald Trump has been an advocate multiple times. You can find quotes from him over and over and over again, where he has talked about how he will sign a bill that does red flag to get rid of conservatives or anybody else's gun rights if someone says that they're crazy or that they're mentally unstable. And let me tell you, that is a far more radical policy than the assault weapons ban. Way more radical gun control policy. The idea that like your ex-wife can call and say, this person seems dangerous and he's made threats against me. Please take away his guns. We'll worry about it in court in a year. That is a very radical gun control policy.
Do you think that the bump stock ban that Trump put out, or the red flag one, or like his stance on like gay marriage would be conservative Republican positions generally?
In the 1990s.
Trump's currently, because Trump has been a very big advocate for gay marriage his entire life.
Advocate?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, he actually has been for generations. Yeah,
massive.
He's the first president who started out a advent for gay marriage when it was legal.
Yeah, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Obama in 2008 didn't like it.
Yeah, so he's been like so when you
but
when I say
you shouldn't give him credit for that part though. That part it doesn't make sense to give him credit.
No,
for that,
he was an advocate before.
Obama started off against gay marriage. Trump started off in favor of gay marriage. I'm curious.
I hear you. I hear what you're saying. I know that you're correct when you say that. But I'm saying giving him credit for that is on that specific note, right?
Expedient position to be in what the majority already believes.
Well, hold on, he was
He's
our first LGBTQ ally president.
He was pro gay marriage before it was legal. If you remember watching The Apprentice, there was a big episode that Christians boycotted because they came after this guy for being gay. He says, "Oh, you're gay? Doesn't matter," and then moves on and fires the other girl because she brought that up. And he's been a big advocate of being like pro homosexuality and pro LGBTQ.
And again, here's the thing. And what you just did there, like, demonstrates the thing that I was having a problem with our friend Scott, right? Like, yeah, you could be a conservative and not be shitty to gay individuals, right? Like, individual conservatives can have friendly relations with gay individuals, right? And individual conservatives can still have because that's not. I'm sorry. Right, we don't seem to understand that individuals, right, who like have are all heterodox, right? There's a few people, except maybe for our friend Scott. We actually might have an exception, literally right here, right? But few people are so and purely tied to an ideology, right? Like that you can sit down with me, like as a leftist. You guys know I'm a leftist. And you'll find something that you might consider conservative. Like, you go down through all my beliefs, you might find something that'll be conservative, right? That's how everyone works. So it's not useful to say, well, then, that's not a conservative if he was kind to a gay individual, or if he has like black friends. Like, none of that matters, right?
Trump does have black friends,
and being anti-black isn't necessarily conservative.
Can you name a few?
I don't mean to say that.
And he has Mexican friends, right? He eats taco bowls,
and he has Mexican friends.
But that actually proves Scott's point, right? So, like, this is the point he's making, right? I'm like an individual liberty conservative. I'm not a religious conservative, right? When I go vote, I'm an individual liberty conservative. I think gay rights, people should be able to do whatever they want in their own homes, etc., etc. When it comes to economic policy, I'm pretty anti-socialism. I'm an ultra-capitalist. I talk about like ultra-capitalism all the time. I don't think we need to have. I would even go as far as to say I'm more capitalist than Scott on some issues, because he's over here talking about moral things. But some of them, you talk about morality, like debates.
You're not.
Well, I mean, maybe, but like you talk about morality.
I don't know, because I just spent the last week championing price gouging in disaster relief zones and saying that you are a hero if you bring the water bottles.
Because every economist supports that, by the way. That's an easy position.
Were you actually practicing capitalism, though, right? Gibbs, don't you own like a business or something, right? He actually was practicing capitalism.
Okay, I've bought stocks, PrimeCayes, okay? I'll have you know, I'm a proud part owner of Delta. So
Well, so here's my argument for what I was going to say. I'm maybe more capitalist. He actually argues about the morality of like, hey, whether some people should do this when it regards to capitalism. And my take is, take advantage of these fuckers. Their money belongs to me. It's better fit with me anyway.
It's not being more
right?
capitalist.
So it is more capitalist. We don't have to go into what
Capitalism is a free exchange of services and goods.
The point that I'm making is this, right? Is so whenever I'm talking about like Bill Clinton or versus like, hey, like Trump, they're very similar in the policies. Trump is like a 90s Democrat, right? And there is this Overton window, kind of like we were just talking about. But I think he is right. I think lately the Republican Party is by definition has socialist policies that they're pushing, and they're not a bulwark against socialism like they used to be. I don't know why that's even controversial, really, as a talking point.
So I just want to say, I'll say this one thing, and then you can back to Bam and Scott. And I actually want to bring other people in because I'm sure other people have thoughts on this, right? But I was thinking about it, and I'm like, oh, am I actually doing the same thing as Scott, right? And I think maybe to a certain extent I am, right? Because this is definitely like a matter of perspective. So like, I'm basically saying that with the corporate Democrats and Republicans, like they form like a uniparty, right? That they have more in common than they have non-common. And I'm not seeing much of a difference, right? And so when you say that, well, Bill Clinton
saying the same thing,
like Donald Trump, right? Yeah, I can totally buy that, 100%, right? But when I look at that, right, from my perspective, being on the left, that looks like conservatism to me. And then your perspective, being on the right, like that looks like leftism to you because they are less right than you are, right? So
you're equivocating terms. You have to use real terms.
But sorry. So let me just finish what I'm saying. Let me just finish this. All right. So it seems like it's just a matter of perspective, but I don't make the thing that I don't do is go the extra step and saying, well, like they're all fascists, and I think fascism is from socialism, but you disagree on that. That's fine. But I don't say that like, well, anyone to the right of me is fascist, right? And it seems like what you're doing is that anyone to the left of you is a socialist, is a leftist, essentially, right? That they have some what you consider to be heterodox policy standpoints, and so they are socialists. And I'm saying like that's not useful, even if from our framework that these two entities, right, that people say are different, the corporate Democrats and Republicans, that to say that they have similar policies, like it's not useful to just label them all like either fascist or socialist.
So let me respond to this very quickly, as quickly as I can be, right? Let me respond. What you are doing is you are using a subjective definition of all of these political philosophies. And I think that is inherently, not only is it not useful, I think that it gets very close to dangerous when we start utilizing political philosophy, especially things that are tied to ideologies like fascism or socialism or communism, right? That have participated in violent overthrows and revolutions and committed genocide and all these things, because you start to get to this point where you begin to justify things based off of a subjective feeling of the political philosophy. That is what you are doing when you say, well, they appear to be conservative to me, but they appear to be leftist to you. Now, what I'm doing is I'm using definitions and then saying, and doing the best that I can to define these things, and then saying, do they fit this definition? So a conservative, for example, a Burkean conservative is someone that is intentionally making sure that there are not drastic or radical policy changes that occur in a short span of time, because the government needs to slowly progress, because we must fear the concept that we throw a wrench into something if we allow government to progress too far or too quickly. When I say socialism, I'm using the definitions and the concepts that it originates from. The concept that the state is getting involved in the market economy and using regulations or redistribution as a means of fixing the inherent contradictions in capitalism as Marx sees it, and that those inherent contradictions will lead us to late stage capitalism and beyond, and we need more and more socialism if we don't get a revolution for the people because they are critically conscious. I'm using those definitions, and so I'm not vibing out where they sit compared to me. What I'm doing is I'm using a definition to say, do they fit this definition? And so I don't know how you have an argument against that if you refuse to give definitions or critique mine.
I don't know if Mark
would
use any definition that includes any existing market in Marx's definition of socialism.
You have not read any Marx if you think that.
Marx, I was about to say, Marx,
or any Engels or any vulgar Marxists.
Anti-Marxist. Got you. So
no, he's not. He literally says multiple times that he believes that markets will always exist.
And he says capitalism has been the best economic system the world
up till now, for sure.
Yeah,
up to now. Yeah. Now there's a middle point of truth. There is a reality that the parties that exist in this country exist under the umbrella of liberalism. That's the subject that we all agree towards. So the reason that we can have separate parties under the concept of liberalism is there is some overlap or belief that, like, basically there's different perspectives on things, but they all fit under, they can coexist in the same country. I don't think communists and fascists could exist as two parties in a stabilized country. Like, I don't think there's a.
They're literally in every parliamentary country in Europe. Like, explicitly, openly fascist party almost got a majority vote in Germany.
Exactly what I said again. I don't think that communists and fascists can coexist in a party in a country because I don't think they can coexist because they're two completely separate entities. They cannot in any country on earth, and they don't. Where the issue comes in is whenever we say things like, "Oh, they're basically the same. They're doing the same policy." It comes off as someone who isn't engaging with what's actually happening. When we look at our Congress, when we look at our citizens, when we look at every sector of our politics right now, they're not the same. They couldn't be more different. Well, they could be more different from each other, but like we're teetering on the edges of how different we can be from each other. We literally have a Congress that's almost non-functional at this point because we can't pass legislation because we're so far apart on issues. You have segments of the Democratic Party that are again teetering towards strong elements of somewhat socialism, I would say. Like I said, it's still markets. Like I don't like that definition of it, but yeah, somewhere towards integrated social movement. And then you have large swaths of the Republican Party that are teetering towards extreme populism, leaning not quite but closely into fascism in their attachment to Trump, especially if you look at politicians like Marjorie Taylor Greene and a few others. So it's strange that we would look at the state of the country as it currently exists. Look at how tough it is to get anything done, and say that, like, oh, these two parties are the same. Like, that just doesn't. It doesn't feel like we're engaging.
Hold on with
Nothing-
that. So
none
you're
of what
saying
you
that
said makes
fascism
any
and socialism or communism can't coexist? Let me tell you why you're wrong.
About the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact.
With two real world examples that we have today, North Korea and China. Are you saying those are not fascist and communist, like, or fascist socialist combinations?
Yeah, I don't consider China to be, well, China calls themselves communist. I don't consider China to be communist.
What is it?
I actually consider them to be extremely.
They are, but okay. What about North Korea then? North Korea is definitely socialist and fascist, like, as a combo. Like, how do you say that doesn't exist and then deal with North Korea existing?
I consider. You're calling them fascist. You're saying that they have an economic belief on top of, like, having a dictator. But I'm saying that, like, when I speak on communism, I'm talking about stateless societies. I'm saying that people who advocate for a stateless society and people who advocate for, like, this one true fascist leader.
Utopia. Right,
Well,
so
that's the
just
same problem I
not
have
real
with Scott's
communism
argument all
argument.
the time. That's the same problem I have with Scott's argument when he talks about libertarianism, and I'm like, okay, well, that's great and all. I believe that you believe that, but we don't live in a libertarian society where everybody's their own government. Guess what? Same thing with what you're saying. They're talking about stateless society. Guess what? That doesn't exist either, Papa. But North Korea does exist. So, like, how do you tell me that they're a dictator with socialist policies and then sit here with a straight face and tell me that they can't coexist?
Marx
Like, I just
explicitly stated that there is
There's
high
also no,
communism
like,
and low
parties
communism, and that low communism is the instantiation
their
of the socialist superstate to take over the resources for the people, and that then there will be like an awakening or critical consciousness, if you will, right, where you would transition to the utopic stateless society. So a state-based socialist state is explicitly part of the praxis of communism. So like you can't say it's only real communism. How is that? That's literally how Marx describes it. It's a process. Like when you look at Engels and you read Socialism, Scientific and Utopic, Part 1, right? And you see him give a historic reference of, the historical dialectical materialism and the way that he shows, the industrialists becoming the new form.
And they say you have to kill all the fascists.
What?
I'm saying that the general communist, the communist perspective is like, oh, okay, like the capitalists and the fascists can't coexist with you. You're saying that like you either have to be re-educated or killed.
Germany and the USSR signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and the USSR gave financial and economic support for Germany to invade Poland and then switch sides. Like the concept that they can't work together ever, and that like they can't have similar goals when they have a nearly identical economic model with different social values is wildly just ahistorical.
Yeah, I mean, if you also look at like Cuba, Venezuela currently, so like North Korea, all of these are in the transitionary like states where you have both. So like what you're saying is just blatantly like not factual or true. Like
because you're talking about
I
places
don't want
without
you to
parties,
read more Marx because you might
government
become a
system.
communist, but like read some Marxism if you're going to talk about Marxism. Like you clearly haven't.
But you're talking about systems. You're talking about systems that don't involve parties.
Well, they did have parties, and one party took over,
And then the other one couldn't exist.
Communism is a philosophy.
I don't want to focus on this
Communism is a
particular point
philosophy that is
for
like
a
a
half hour,
process
or even
and
longer than
and a
that.
means of analyzing history. Like it's two part. It's praxis, philosophy, and a means of analyzing a history. Like there's like it's a cultish idea of maintaining contradictions, but nevertheless, like there isn't a specific path or goal in communism, and Marx is extremely specific about how Marxism will look different in every country. He explains how it might look in England, right, as does Engels, and then he explains about high communism and low communism as a potential means. And then Bakunin took him to task for that and destroyed him even back then.
Okay, so I don't want to like argue specifically on this point for a long time. But I want to know what the other members of our panel think. You guys have been all quiet here. So do you do you think that the lines that we are drawing that have been drawn between like Democrats, Republicans, and like liberalism and conservatism aren't very useful, and that like these things are maybe on a spectrum? Do you think that would you group them all together, or would you disambiguate them further? Like what are your thoughts on these labels?
Starting with
I don't know. Any one of you motherfuckers haven't talked.
So I've said this before multiple times. Like I think political identities are really just kind of heuristics. You can use them when they're useful, but they're not actually. I don't think that they're objective. I think libertarian is a big tent description. I only use it because I think it's most close to what I say. See, Scott thinks I'm a socialist, right? So I think this kind of demonstrates my point, which is that like, right? It kind of demonstrates my point, which is that like, I think this is like when someone says, "Oh, you're not a true Democrat," or "You're not a true this." I think that's like the lowest form of discourse, because it's like we're having an argument over what you think the parameters of your identity are, and whether or not they apply to you, as opposed to arguing about the actual prescriptions that you believe, which is really the thing that I'm interested in getting at, right? Because if your prescriptions are super libertarian, but you're calling yourself something different, I can still work with you, right? I'm still interested in bringing you over to my side because I think we share similar values. So
I think
your philosophy is more important than your
One second, our friend Doobie has to leave. We'll talk to Doobie later. How's it
Yeah,
going,
I
friend?
gotta go. Sorry, guys.
Take care. Be well.
Peace out,
Have a good
man.
day. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Stay away from those dick pills.
he's
Working
not
for
gonna.
him.
Unless you use code Admiral Gibbs on Blue Chew.
He's gonna
Just use the honey that the Arabs sell you at the gas stations instead. It's so much better.
He likes.
How'd you get a dick pill sponsorship, Gibbs? Can you explain that process?
They
probably emailed
them.
him.
I saw
He's
that.
a
Matt, I am a heathen, and I saw Matt Rife was advertising on this thing, and so I was like, "How hard is it to get sponsored by this?" As a joke, and I clicked on the sponsorship thing, and it was a form, and they give you your first month free, and after that, it's like 20% of every subscription each month for people that sign up. So, like, say we wouldn't use my code, your first month was free, you'd pay whatever, and they'll give you like 20% of whatever monthly subscription that you buy for their dick
It's
pill.
super easy to. He's just talking about affiliate links, right? It's super easy to.
Oh, it's just an affiliate link. Okay.
Yeah.
Basically.
That's not quite the same thing as a sponsorship.
Yeah, it's not.
But okay.
I mean, and when you sign up, they give you like a few $100s and like some logos and stuff. So if I wanted to, I could put up my Blue Chew logos all over my stream, and I got my sponsorship money. So it's like it's a little bit more than affiliate links.
It's the fake.
My
Until you make
homeboy,
it
my
program.
homeboy let me use one. He had the freaking Blue Chew, and he let me use one, and I thought I was gonna have like crazy sex.
That's
I was like,
illegal.
Oh, man, it's gonna be great.
See, you say
But
that
it's
I
not
had
that deep.
How
a
dare
buddy
you?
that this was his quote the other day. He said, "I never had a I thought I'd never had a boner until after I did Blue Chew. I realized I never had a boner."
You
in my
stop
life."
You
pimping
should make that a
fucking Blue
customer
Chew?
testimonial.
Like,
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it was just like the same. I was like, oh, this
sorry.
sucks.
Let's go to. He's like all my reactions are iron hard every time. But anyway, let's get to our friend Aiko. You want to say something?
Well, I was just answering your question, but
Yeah.
I think it's the function of the fact that we are in a two-party system means that ultimately you're voting for one party or the other, and that means your list of priorities in terms of what you believe have to merge with a whole bunch of others that you don't believe, and so you're sort of forced to pick a coalition that you don't 100% agree with every time. Like, for instance, for most of my life, the coalition that ran the Republican Party was basically neocons, libertarians, and evangelicals. And now there's a fourth, the MAGA folks are now a fourth group in that coalition.
Yeah, and the
but they don't
neocons are
always agree with
basically
each
gone.
other, right? We're seeing a fight right now between Trump and Lindsey Graham over abortion, right? Because Trump has decided that the abortion issue is costing him more than it's benefiting him. He's coming out of the primary, so he doesn't need to appeal to the base anymore. Now he thinks that maybe he needs to just make himself a little bit less scary to certain aspects of the center. Whatever. Lindsey Graham doesn't believe that. I think he cares more about what his base thinks, probably because he's in a state where he's never going to be at threat of losing a general election, but he could get primaried from the right. And all of these, there's the same thing with the Democrats, right? There's types of Democrats who are in this party, which is why Democrats sort of famously fight each other, right? They're historically been called the circular firing squad because there's so many different sets of people that are in there. It doesn't work this way in a parliamentary system, right? Where you have multiple parties. There are other drawbacks to those systems. Ultimately, when it comes to passing legislation, you have shifting allegiances, right? Which is why nuclear power died in a noble death in Germany, was because a very small party, the Greens, were able to become kingmakers, and all they really gave a shit about was killing nuclear. And so both parties did what they could to help them get part of the green sector. So that's the problem there, right? But you can't really vote your conscience in a two-party system. At the very least, in a multi-party system, you can at least vote for a party that you mostly agree with, the one that you agree with more than all of the other parties. And then if you can get people on the back bench, they can swing a vote every once in a while for things that are most important. And I think those types of legislatures are at least a little bit more able to distinguish between actual issues that voters are voting for in one direction or another because of the shifting allegiances of the backbench. We don't have that here in America, and so you end up having to support like a whole sort of set of issues by virtue of voting for one of the two major parties. Or you can vote third party, but your vote won't matter then. Or it might
your vote already doesn't
matter in
matter
the
if you live
opposite way that you hope it will.
Well, your vote also doesn't matter if you live in most states, right? I mean, there's only a few key states in which your vote actually matters. If you live in California,
even in those states, it can matter at the congressional level or at the state legislative level.
I'm talking about like presidential, right? If you live in California, you're fine voting third party for president.
But it still matters, like the fact that Republicans gained some seats in California helped. If that hadn't happened, then
that's only if you
Biden would have a trifecta right now. Right, so there are voters in California who've made a difference for the balance of power in America. Like,
what do you mean a trifecta?
It's when one party has both houses of Congress and the White House.
Yeah, both.
So, like the last president to have a trifecta,
Biden
had a trifecta for the first 2 years of his presidency, which is why he got so much shit done. And
Obama
Trump had
did.
it for the first 2 years.
Right? No, I understand what I'm saying. Like
Obama did for 2 years.
Like presidential, right? Like in the event there's specific counties in California which is actually like kind of split. Sure, like I understand voting for one of the two parties, but in a lot of places, most places in America, at least for the presidential election, you can safely vote third party, right? If you live in a safe state, you can vote third party with a presidential election.
Yeah, I did for years.
And you're fine
because I was in Texas and I thought my vote
who cares?
didn't matter, so I voted Libertarian instead of
because
I
who
was a
cares?
Republican.
That's the point, though. Well, yeah, who cares?
Texas becoming.
What was it? Which
safe state?
Was it the Texas?
You think Texas is still a safe state?
Yeah, absolutely.
Texas is going red. Come on.
I wouldn't say it's safe.
I don't think it's safe.
It's not a swing state.
Everyone said that last time, dude. Oh,
but it was
Texas is
like
gonna go
literally
really.
it was so close. It's
it's gone
maybe
more
in
red recently.
32, but not now.
That's like saying that. I mean, people still feel that Georgia's a safe state.
No,
clearly
it's
not.
different. So there
Georgia's
was
a swing state.
there was arguments that Texas was going to be a swing
everyone
state
thinks Georgia's
whenever what was his name, Beto was running the first time, and then Beto like lost close one, and then next time he ran, he got smacked, whooped all over the place. And guess what? Now we're back to going to full red again.
Ali, what are your thoughts?
Okay. So I was sitting here listening, and I'm like, holy shit, I know nothing. You guys were just saying words. I'm like, all right, let's talk. So that's like most people. I think the average person is about like that, where they're gonna listen to what you're saying. They're gonna be like, the only thing I got from that was, Trump was a 90s Democrat. And so it does make sense. Okay, that, him being a Republican, like, and it aligns with the things in the 90s. I was like, okay, all right, that makes sense. I think most people, they can claim to be Republican, they can claim to be Democrat. They really only care about one or two policies. Like I watched it here in Dearborn, where when Trump was president, everyone was like, fuck that, this racist, blah, 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 blah. All right, cool. So they voted Biden in. And then Biden gets in and, now we have the war in Gaza. And everyone's like, what the fuck? Biden didn't stop the war in Gaza. We're voting for Trump. Trump actually hates Israel and actually hates Netanyahu. And so everyone just seems to flip on one or two policies. If you're, pro-trans policies, you're going to be leftist, right? If you're pro right now, it seems that if you're, pro stopping Gaza, everyone wants to be voting for Trump. That's what's happening here. That's what I'm seeing. Is everyone's going against Democrat, and they're going, oh no, Trump is actually better with foreign policy about this. He's harder on foreign policies. And it's abortion. I think people pick one or two policies, and those policies seem to like align them with the left or the right. But then on average, most people are just in the center, not really knowing what's going on, and just kind of voting with whatever makes them feel good. And like
one demographic. There's one demographic that actually changes elections, right? And most people are not going to like it, but it's just true. White suburban women. White suburban women determine the outcome of almost every election in American history. And the reason for that is that white suburban women, they sit right in the middle. They can be Republican, they can be Democrat, they can switch between these two in any election. If things are particularly emotional or fiery, they may follow their husbands because of the forms of conversations that they have at the dinner table, et cetera. And if things are died down a little bit, they're more likely to split from their husbands. Also, this demographic
They've been split for a few years
is
now.
The other thing is The other thing is that suburban white women tend to live in swing state districts, right? Because when you live in the city, you're living in a district that is that's usually very, very blue. When you're living out in the country, you're usually living in a district that is very, very red. But when you talk about areas that vote in a swing state way, it's suburbs. Suburbs are the place that can go Republican or Democrat. So if you can win white suburban women, that is how you win every election. It doesn't fucking matter. Crazy college kids talking about Israel, Palestine, that doesn't win elections. What wins elections, for example, is Governor Youngkin, right? Targeting white suburban women, being like, look at the crazy shit they're putting in schools. Look at what's happening in Loudoun County. And they got all the fucking moms that were mad, Moms for Liberty, and those groups. And he destroyed Democrats that outspent him 3-1 because he carried white suburban women. Like, at the end of the day, that's really, and that is why people are coping so hard about Trump being super, super popular and yet not being able to win certain elections. Because yes, Trump is super, super popular with a lot of people that are very, very vocal, but there is a real silent majority, and it's the silent majority that almost always wins elections. And it's what do white suburban women think, and they don't fucking like a dude that says a bunch of halfway misogynistic shit. They don't like him because he sounds like an asshole. They don't like him because grab him by the pussy, and they certainly don't like him because of the abortion issue, which is why, and Roe v. Wade, and them blaming him for that, and that's why he's realizing he's not going to fucking win unless he can distance himself.
In 2018, it was the family separation policy that galvanized suburban white women for the 2018 blue wave. Yeah,
I know. What I've always, one of the largest demographics I've always seen is just basically the ability to get black people to the polls. Like, that's why black people's argument is typically that we get pandered to around election time, because they understand the way black people vote, but it's the number.
Voter turnout. Voter turnout in the black community will give you a left-wing victory, and low vote.
Because I was about to say, when you deal with states like Wisconsin, when you deal with like Pennsylvania, obviously Georgia, North Carolina, like you would think like, oh, Wisconsin, that's a super black, but then you think about Milwaukee is extremely black, and it's just the idea of like, what do we have to say to make black people go to the polls?
Ali?
So yeah, I was just about we now in this cycle, I feel like we activated the minority suburban dad. And the minority suburban dad is voting conservative this time. With the book scandal, I'm just going to specifically the fucking LGBT book scandal. That activated, I've never seen so much men caring about what's going on in the schools, getting up and going to the school meetings, getting up and going and voting in their cities. Like, it is going, and it was literally typically minority dads would have voted Democrat due to racism. That's why they were going Democrat. But now with their kids, yeah, like now you're seeing a lot of them going conservative. And like Scott's point, it wasn't specifically that like college kids for Israel, Palestine. I'm just saying that a lot of minority people are now going conservative. They're now thinking of going conservative, voting, and Trump seems to be the alternative because of these like one or two issues.
I think most of them
have always seen that in the elections. Like I've been hearing that analysis, especially about the school district stuff, ever since Loudoun County, right? But then in every election since then, in the 22 midterms, they were expecting to see that. The Republicans went all in on the anti-trans stuff for that election, and they didn't get the red wave they were expecting. 2023 election last year, we repeated it in multiple states, and again, it was Republicans didn't win that one, and then they Democrats flipped, like Michigan Supreme Court. I mean, all these statewide races that have happened this year. None of this stuff is materializing. I understand that it worked in Virginia in 2017, but since then,
that was before you found magic. You always happen to find 10,000 magical mail-in ballot votes that are 92% or plus Democrat. You know, in the middle of
that might explain why Virginia went red, but I'm not being so tough on them on that.
I'm just saying what I'm hearing. I don't know if it's actualizing, but what I'm hearing is I seen a complete 180 flip amongst like at least just my community, and so I can't imagine that's not happening everywhere.
I was about to say, I'm looking at the rolls right now. Hispanic men went from like in 2018 they were plus 42 blue to as of 2022 they were plus 13. So there's a massive shift in like specifically Hispanics.
Well, and then black, according to CDS, black voters.
Yeah, that's true. And then Gen Z, like
4% to 23%.
And then Gen Z, the young men seem to be going more right, whereas the women do seem to be going more left, but the men are going right.
There is
now,
there among Gen Z. There's a marked
yeah.
shift now between the genders. Yeah.
So I think if you want to understand that shift, I think it's really important that people here begin to start to pay attention to South Korean politics. It's because South Korea is about 10 years ahead of us in terms of that cultural shift and what is occurring when you have a society where a new generation occurs, where the men are getting more and more conservative and the women are getting more and more left-wing and more feminist. It is extremely stark difference in South Korea, and I think we need to start paying attention to South Korean politics to see how that cultural impact impacts the political system there, because it's probably going to be a decent predictor of what we have coming forward ahead of us.
I agree with you. The things I've been hearing about South Korea, I would see those trends that you're talking about. But like I wanted to comment on what Ali was saying. At first I was agreeing with you, but I feel like you overstated your case. So I will tell you. Right. I guarantee you. No, no problem, friend. So I think that. So you were saying that there are individuals who they really only care about like one or two issues, and they're shift in between, right? Like and that's just enough to motivate them. What you're describing is a swing voter, and that's their definition, right? Like definitionally, that's what they do. And they're something will activate them, and then they move over to one side or the other. But I think decades and decades of political science can tell us that like most people pick whatever party that their parents were in, first of all, right? But beyond that, like once they like form a voting habit, they stick with that one party with very little movement in between. Not that it's impossible, but that it's just like how that happens. But I would agree though that like and there's a part that I was initially thinking that you were saying is that among the masses, right? Most people aren't actually, deep into politics. They don't discuss them like we do, obviously, right? And so when they hear us talk, like they'll have your experience, right? Like, oh yeah, Donald Trump, I know that guy, right? Bill Clinton, I know that guy, all right? Were they the same? Interesting idea, all right? And then that's what they'll grab onto. So I'm with you there. And because of that, going back to what we were Scott and I were discussing for a little bit in which way is that like those individuals, what are they? Like how do you accurately describe their ideology, right? If they don't have a firm idea of policy, if they're just generally voting for their cultural team, like is that person a liberal? Are they conservative? Like what's a useful way of describing that individual?
I mean, they're
that's what makes white suburban women unique. They don't tend to ascribe to a political party or system. What they do is they tend to latch onto what's popular.
So culture, they're like
reputation management. Yeah.
Cultural voters.
Like they're not actually Democrat or Republican. It's like whoever most people are at their workplace, that's what they tend to just start gravitating towards. Or whoever most of their Facebook friends are, like that's what they start to gravitate towards. That's why they swing so much. Is because they're not moored to any political ideology.
Yeah, with Gen Z, something I noticed and why I think so many Gen Z men have gone, right, and so many Gen Z women have gone left is honestly the red pill with like the red pill. You have a bunch of young men who, honestly, I think at their core want a house, a car, a wife, maybe a kid or two. That's like most men.
And they're not going to be able to get any of them.
That's what they want, and they're not able to get that with the policies that are coming with like leftist and progressivism, right? It seems that like that's all against that shit. So,
they're not getting laid.
You hadn't said
no,
nothing.
they're watching red pillars, and it seems that like the red pillars are giving men something tangible, right? It's, hey, if you work hard, you'll have money. If you go to the gym, you'll be good looking. If you learn how to speak to women, you'll be able to get married and have kids. And these are the things that like men typically want. Whereas in the left, it's a lot of individualism. It's a lot of, hey, it's okay if you end up 40 unmarried. Like you should be okay with that. It's a lot of accepting these like things that typically we don't normally like want to accept. And so it seems that like the left is leaning way more towards women and the right is leaning way more towards men, at least in terms of like social ideology. And so people are typically voting with social ideology. That's what they're going to go vote for. If someone says, "Hey, this guy's going to lower your taxes and you're going to be able to make more money, and then that way you're going to be able to afford more things," like then yeah, they're going to vote with that person, right? Like they're going to go Trump. Oh, this guy's a business guy. This guy fucks bitches. This guy boom boom boom. That's what they're going to lean with versus like policy most of the time. I think for like the masses, maybe like people like you are more invested. You guys care more, but for the average normie now, they're like, "What, bro? This guy says the things I'm thinking. I'm voting for him. He's going to be my president."
Well, again, I think that's an average swing voter, though. But go ahead. You go, Gibbs.
I want to add to that. Well, two things. One with the Trump thing. One is I don't know how much of this is a meme and how many of these people are actually going to vote. But like, I've never seen as many minorities be as pro-Republican as they have been for Trump.
Minority dads.
Yeah, and a lot of this has been like, say that what was that the photo of him in jail? I suddenly saw a bunch of my African American friends posting TikTok saying, "Oh yeah, that was a mean photo. I'm voting for Trump. That's somebody I want in charge. I don't want somebody
Trump. Trump was a huge figure in the black community before his presidency.
And then like,
and
so
we're still going to vote 92%.
Maybe, and then but then
100%. 90%.
90%.
100%. We're going to vote 90%.
But hold on. As far as
people have been saying this for years and years.
Super quick.
The black vote is on the verge of flipping, and then election
but
comes and goes, and it doesn't happen.
But I want to address something else. Ollie said is like, so he was talking about the social paradigm shift with the men and the women, and I think it's really interesting with the red pillars, right? Because the red pillars have kind of embraced something that I don't necessarily agree with. Like, I agree with some of what they say, and then I break away from them on a lot of things because they don't actually preach traditional values, right? They're preaching to like men that like aren't getting laid, and what do men want? Like in general, men want to get laid. A lot of them do, right? And so they're sitting there and they preach a lot to that, and they sit there, they preach these things, and it's kind of what we were talking about with Myron earlier, and I was saying his brand is done, and it's interesting to me because what they're doing is they're taking these concepts that have been labeled as toxic that every man feels, right? Like it's like, and I talk about this a lot when we do men's health panels. I say competition is gone. Well, what do the red pillars want? They say competition's good. We want competition. You want to be an alpha. You want to beat up other people. You want to be the best. You want to be a leader. Like this is what we do. We're sick. And they've gone to this idea of the sigma male, the alpha male. And like, that's really like appealing to a lot of these men who feel, especially these younger generations, disenfranchised. And as opposed to these women who are like, hey, I've seen the opposite. I want these things. And I think it's a very interesting like paradigm shift because of how like influential they've been. Like I was talking to one of my buddies the other day. He just turned 18 and we were talking about like some of the differences between our generations. And he's like a fitness model, right? And he goes, oh yeah, when's the last time you got laid? And I told him like, I don't know, like last week. And he goes, I haven't been laid in like 3 years. And I'm like, that's crazy. You're like 6% body fat.
Wait. Age might be a factor here.
Sure. That's true. I'm not going to argue that. But I thought you're right. I mean, but he's like, I don't have any women I'm talking to.
He said I have been late in 10 years. We got some 3 years legal issues
right,
here.
Sure. He said 3 years, but I thought it was interesting. This guy's like a fitness model. Like he's just the guy that like if he was going to start like the OnlyFans, like this, he's like the real good looking dude. And I'm like, he's like, I don't know how to talk to women. When I do, they get like turned off by what I say. Like it's hard for me to like go meet them. And I'm like, bro, we go to the same bars. Like if I'm at a bar, I'll see you there with like a group of people. Like if it's
18-year-old at a bar. Hold on a second, Gibbs. Are you writing somebody up?
Again, serious legal issues here.
No, there's 18 and up bars. You can go to a bar at 18. You go to the dance hall. Like it's not a thing. Don't be over here trying to turn this into a mountain into a.
You can go to the roller skating park.
No, you can go to the country club and it's 18 and up. Like you go to a concert, it's 18 and up. Don't be trying to spin this. But like I'm sitting here, I'm like, I see you at some of these places, and I'm just like, you're never talking to girls. I'm like, why? He said, well, I don't know how to talk to them. And it's a real thing because if you go up to them and you're masculine, then like a lot of these women are turned off in these generations, is what he's saying. And I think it's interesting.
That's the problem, Gibbs. These women aren't putting out, right? We fix that. We fix the problem.
No, that's the problem. Yeah, some men are just too masculine, and these women can't handle it.
They don't like it.
Wait. I don't want to go down this road with it because it's going to be complete fucking tangent. But holy shit, right? Like what you just said is,
You're so masculine, except that you ignore the other thing that you just relayed to us, and that like when I talk to them, the things I say turn them off, right? But then no, I know. When the things that you were relating from your friend, right? He said when I talk to them, it turns women. The things I say turn women off, right? But then you take from that, you're like, yeah, and then that's what you take from that. It's like he's being too masculine, and so that's why.
So
maybe
he's
saying could be fucking shit.
They're too busy selling their OnlyFans. That's what they're doing.
No, but you're missing the point with that problem. I know you're memeing right now, but like if
I'm not memeing.
Hold on, okay. So say you're a conservative masculine dude, and you're 18, and you go up to women who are leaning left. They're not gonna be like, "Oh, this is what I want." They're gonna want someone that matches their like style.
They want a soy boy. They want a left.
They want a soy boy. They want a soy boy. They can sell their OnlyFans nudes too, and they can control. Right.
My generation of women like masculine men, and even then the older generations like masculine men. So I don't have that problem.
Well, they're even getting sick of that. So okay, so I mean, what like
let's not go down
about 10
Because
years
boy
ago,
bands weren't a thing back in the day.
No, definitely not.
Can I just get
Definitely not
a
K-pop either?
What do you wait? Is our boy
quick
bands
little
just
thing.
soy boy, or do you think the boy bands are soy boy?
I remember.
Men, by the way.
Look, I remember people my age complaining back in the day that women were going for. We didn't call them soy boys. We called them boy band, kids or whatever.
Sissies.
But like the same complaints were being made back then, right? Which is that this new generation, these Gen Xers, are way too feminine. Whatever happened to the real men, And those are the people that's what people were complaining about back then. These are complaints that people have every generation.
Those are complaints that are happening now. However,
every time they say
the Beatles
the complaints are happening now. Listen, the
Beatles were soy boys, right? Yeah.
They were also rich. Wait. Those were celebrities. Those were celebrities and rich. When you're an average dude, hi. Okay, listen. I'm not ugly by any means. And when I was 22, I was the ideal hippie. All right, long hair to my ass, smoking weed, chilling at college, the whole fucking spiel. All right. The second you say anything, any idea that leans slightly right in those types of groups, you get demonized to fucking all shit. You become an instant misogynist. You're instantly sexist. Anything you say is
heuristic, actually.
Sounds like the 60s.
I mean, you're at a university, and women.
Yeah, but I was still part of. I still held the same ideologies. I was a hippie. I was in those things. But if you say anything that goes slightly against
anything that turns
norm,
women off, they don't like.
No, not even like women off. It's men in that community too. So like I've been into arguments with my friends who are like, everything is manipulation. Everything is there's a power dynamic. Everything is that it becomes
there's also birth control water and microplastics.
Again, back in the 60s, like these are not new concepts.
These aren't
they're not new concepts for girls in college.
I agree.
Like, they're not new, but we're seeing it. We're seeing it. We have more data on it now. We're seeing it just happen even stronger with these younger kids. We are seeing the younger kids going heavily split. They're heavily split, and the reason is because on the right there's something that's offering to men, and on the left there's something that's being offered to women. We're not offering the same thing to both on either side. The right needs to offer more things to women, and the left needs to offer.
It can also be an educational divide as well.
Why is it an educational divide?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's only that, but generally,
because Corey loves the idea that like lefties tend to be slightly higher IQ.
No, I never said that. Whoa! I never said that at all.
No.
You make it obvious. We know.
No.
Okay, yeah, but we already discussed that like there is an aversion to college in conservative communities, right? Like we already talked about this. Not that like conservatives don't have college degrees, but there's an aversion to it. And
that's not fair. The aversion is only if you're going into like something like a communications, but there's no aversion if you're going into like law, medicine, or engineering. No conservative will tell you don't go into these three things.
No.
If you're going to liberal arts, they're going to tell you no.
But conservatives don't want you to be those things. They're saying you can, but generally they're like they go the entrepreneurship route, like go get a trade school. Blah blah blah. Like so you're saying that like no one's gonna say like we want doctors to be uneducated, but they're just kind of saying why do you want to be a doctor when you could just be like an entrepreneur that wears a suit?
Well, I mean, you have to be super woke to get into a good school.
It's only a minority.
You have to be a leftist. You have to be a leftist to go
It's
to
an even bigger minority of people that's going to be like successful business owners.
Well, I mean,
Still people do it.
it's a minority of people who are going to be successful, right? That's why we have we have the norm, we have the average.
Go ahead, Lactoid.
I'm going to say two facts. They're going to sound like memes, but they're actually true. Testosterone is linked with conservative beliefs, right? If you give people generally, right-wing people generally have more testosterone. If you give Democrats testosterone, they will become more right-wing. It appears to have a causal
increases
effect.
aggression. Yeah.
Well, hold on, but there has been a decline in testosterone, basically since like the late 80s. There's been a continuous decline of.
So we need HRT to make them
So Gen Zs do have like pretty low testosterone versus like
lefties are
millennials.
so much more aggressive than the right. Like, relax.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Amazing. Oh, sure. But
they're more likely to
Right.
commit crime. I got studies on that too. But I mean that's kind of
They're
beside the
more
point.
likely to evaluate.
No,
they're more
that one
likely
I
to
actually
demand government action. Like, they're more likely to do
So
every
shouldn't
form of
boomers
violence.
be like leftists then? Since
Well,
they,
I just
when
wanna
you get
say-
older, you produce less.
Hold
teeth, right?
on, Gibbs. Hold on. Lacto, what's your second point?
Well, no. So those are the 2 points, right? So like one of the questions is like, okay, why is testosterone decreasing amongst younger generations? I mean, I think
Diet,
part of the part of
microplastics.
well, it could be microplastics. It could be like the birth control water, which everyone like gave shit to Alex Jones for saying, but there actually is a little bit of truth to that. Obesity is also a big cause of that as well. Like as
change in
obesity rates
lifestyle.
increase, you have reduced levels of testosterone. So I think all of this stuff could be affecting potential shifts in political ideology, but it also could be affecting just the general disposition of Generation Z when it comes to dealing with gender dynamics specifically.
Were you talking about hormones in the water? Where you mentioned Alex Jones? Like
Yeah. Hormones in the water, right? So birth
Yeah.
control. Yeah. So birth control. When you pee through, but also a lot of women will like throw away unused supplies that gets into the water supply, and then it leaches into the water, and it absolutely does have an effect.
Yeah, the reason why people give Alex Jones shit is because he takes a
Turn
thing
the frogs gay. Yeah.
Yeah, like
the frogs gay.
He magnifies wherever it is. So yes, there is a kernel of truth, but we absolutely should give shit to Alex Jones for the things he says.
Fair.
You absolutely should, but also it's super important that you do not censor people like Alex Jones, because Alex Jones serves one of the most important aspects in a culture that can exist, which is the jester. Right, a culture, a society, a king needs a jester. You need someone that says ridiculous, outlandish shit, because 1 time out of 10 they're true, and they are canaries in the coal mine for free speech, but also they are canaries in the coal mine because they search out the craziest things that no one else would believe, right? Like Alex Jones also was the one that proved that the CIA was involved in intentionally putting federal agents at climate protests and making climate protests violent so that they could then crack down on those protests at at some of this was the very beginning of like the Paris Accords, right? So this is most of you some of you are not even old enough to remember.
2000.
Yeah, like early 2000s. There's quite a few things Alex Jones has found and exaggerated and been hyperbolic about, but then we can look at those things when other people go, well, wait a minute. But anyways, I just wanted to interrupt with this tiny little tangent very quick. There was a prediction made about the black voter turnout, and I would like to make a prediction of my own, and you can tie whatever you want to this prediction. I'm not making any claims about the election process or corruption or anything like that. Someone said, Bam, I believe you said 92% plus, turnout for Democrats in the next presidential election. I'm going to say when you take out these counties, it will be 85 to 75% Democrat with 25 to 15% going Republican, with the exception of counties that will obviously go 98, 99, closer to 100%. And that'll be Fulton County, Georgia, Cook County, Illinois, Maricopa County, Arizona, Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Clark County, Las Vegas, Nevada. Those counties will magically have the most magical, super left-wing, only voting for Democrat blacks, and it won't follow the pattern of any of the other cities in the country. That'll be my prediction. You can say I'm crazy.
That's a weird. Like, it would be one thing if that.
But it won't be that. It won't be that in all the non-swing states. Okay, it'll be 92% in all the cities in non-swing states.
Illinois was one of the states you mentioned. Like, why is it?
Did he list Illinois?
I did because of Cook County. But if you know anything about anything, you'll know why I specifically.
There's only 40 million black people in this country. Yeah, if you cut out like 25% of them,
You're not listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there will be a pattern in those specific places that do not exist in any other population centers in America, and it'll be a magical pattern.
But I think you're pointing. I think you're
making
pointing
a
to
prediction about percentages.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some black people who live in places that other black people don't. But in like the major population hubs we have in
It's okay. You're not getting it. If you play it back, you'll get it.
Okay.
I'm saying the most that I can say on YouTube. And
he's saying the thing that he claimed he was not saying.
I'm just saying that like the thing that gets conservatives excited that ends up happening every time is like you hear some random black dude say something like about Trump that they think is cool, but the quiet part they don't say out loud is you ask that person if they've ever voted before in their life and they say no and they don't understand the process.
That's not what I said. What I said, I'll be
very
specific and
I'm talking
very
about something
clear.
different.
No, I'll be very specific and very clear.
But
I
I don't understand why you're responding. It has nothing to do with what you just said.
Oh yeah,
Man,
because
he's saying that there's going to be some magical votes.
because you're not understanding. No. I'm not saying anything. What I'm saying is very simple. And
Just
very
subtract
clear
the word
and very
"not"
specific.
with his earlier statements. So when he said "I am not saying," just change that to "I am saying."
Rich. I'm being very specific, and you're being very vague. I'm going to be very specific. I have an election prediction tonight about the presidential election, which is that when you take these specific counties out, that they will the rest of the country, including all of the other cities in the country, will go somewhere between 85 to 75% towards the Democrats and 25 to 15% towards the Republicans. And it will roughly average out, as Bam said, somewhere between 90 to 93%. But in these specific counties, for some reason that I'm not naming, it will be 98% plus in Fulton County, Georgia, in Cook County, Illinois, in Maricopa County, Arizona, in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and in Clark County, Nevada. And you make with that prediction that's definitely going to fucking come true, whatever you want.
Yeah, so I want to say on Lactoid's thing before I turn into Alex Jones. I think that there could be a way to like actually assist with everything that he said, and it's grocery stores are the problem. If we required people to start hunting more for their food, testosterone would shoot through the roof, and we would eliminate these people.
You think hunting will increase testosterone?
I will, because the people that
eating more red meat will.
Smoking also increases testosterone.
Well, here's the thing: is the people that can't
I think
hunt
that's correlation.
are going to starve to
We
death.
could just give them testosterone supplements. Right?
So the people that can't hunt will starve to death, and those are the weak, lily-livered, low testosterone.
Why not just give them if you want to increase testosterone? Why not testosterone?
Wait, Prime. This is actually like a really interesting argument because like we currently put fluoride in the water, and I've asked like, what if we could put testosterone in the water and like it led to the Republicans winning every election? Would I do it? It's a tough.
It would be super damaging to women.
You should support HRT.
Yeah, all your women are gonna have beards. All your women would have beards, and then you'd be a little upset about that.
As for the other thing,
there'd be a lot more fucking though, because that is the primary sex.
There'd be a lot more fucking.
As for
a
the
lot more
Alex
fucking.
Jones meme that we're making, since I look like Alex Jones, I'll just go ahead and say it. There's going to be some funny business with some votes appearing, specifically mail-in ballots, especially in these areas where it's allowed. All these votes are suddenly going to go 98% Biden in these areas. I'll say the thing that he's not saying. That's the conspiracy that he's.
I'm not saying anything on fucking YouTube and Twitch, right? I'm just
overwhelmingly.
saying that's my prediction about certain counties.
Okay,
and what
okay, we got it.
Yeah.
So, Bam, you want to do something?
Prime,
I
would
was
you be in
just
favor of
saying
that
the
question
major-
real quick? Would you be in favor of spiking the water with testosterone?
I wouldn't know, especially if it's a mood altering chemical, right? Then no, I absolutely don't want to. Why would I do that?
What if? So I also have a study where if you give people with neurotic symptoms like anxiety, if you give them testosterone, it reduces those symptoms.
Hold on,
Do you
pause.
agree with it
what
now?
What about just Prime energy drinks? So we know, because since we know no fucking women are drinking that shit.
True.
Yeah.
Right.
And you're controlling for the lowest T people too. On top of
First
that.
of all, Lax,
Exactly, because they're watching all these fucking stupid ass.
Do you think you can absorb testosterone through the water?
If you drink water spiked with testosterone, I would assume so.
Oh, you fucking
don't
nerd.
tell
Shut up
me
about this.
Don't wait. You're telling me if I drink something like spiked testosterone, it's gonna have no effect?
Whoa, Gibbs, can I interject and respond? So, do you think if you drink insulin, you'll get insulin in your blood?
Hold on a second. Let me
Yes?
read into this.
No?
I feel like look, Corey's
Wait,
saying
wait,
for
wait, hold on.
actually
If you
saying
can't drink-
that
if
I'm
you
not
can't drink
advocating
testosterone-
A little
for
bit,
putting
a little bit.
testosterone in prime drinks
Well,
because
let
it
me
seems
ask
like you
this.
cannot get the concept of like kind of
Shit.
joking.
Okay,
around.
so we can't spike the water then. How do we
Well,
do
hold
this?
on. Okay,
The
well,
vaccine.
that's what I'm going to say. We already required people to take the vaccine.
COVID round
Ooh,
2, baby.
and
Why
that
don't we just
will
go-
target the most
why don't-
low T people.
Yeah, well, so yeah, what if we could prove, okay, like he said, it's going to reduce anxiety, it's going to reduce mental illness across the nation, and they said, okay, now you have to have your testosterone booster once a year. Would you then be in favor of that?
A male
It'd
male
have to be
T
once a
shot.
day, not once a year.
I'm not. Why would you guys think?
But
I'm
apparently,
in-
oral testosterone does seem to be a thing. So I'm curious what Corey was gonna go with.
The
that.
bioavailability is, if you want to get into a bioavailability in terms of you're going to have to drink mountains and mountains of water.
Oh,
testosterone.
I am down, sir. We can put as much as you want in there, okay?
You're just gonna have Lecter's gonna have jugs of
Before it has a
testosterone. He's
funky
gonna
taste.
splurge it into his-
I'm a man. So okay. Oh, God, I don't know.
And we just all
You
did
didn't put up topics, all right?
We're gonna have a bunch
Society
of, we're gonna have a
expectation.
bunch of bald fucking chads, bro.
Testosterone
Yeah,
like the
it's gonna be
Gatorade, like the
sick.
Gatorade pods, and then it'd be a Gatorade pod plus tea, and then you could just add it to your Gatorade.
I'm just
Everyone's
saying,
gonna
I
be
think
bald.
I'm
Everyone's
not-
gonna be fucking.
I'm not in favor.
everybody's going to be
No?
fucking, that's for sure.
What about
I mean, if
estrogen?
you're asking me, I'm
What
not in
estrogen
favor
the
of like
Gatorade?
requiring.
Then we all
like,
have
a
hair and we're all
mood-altering, like injecting people mood altering drugs. Like I'm not gonna do that for
Well,
anything.
fluoride's a mood altering drug.
Even if it was, even if instead, like putting estrogen in people.
We're doing
with-
that right now with the
What
birth
about
control in the
Ozempic?
water.
Fluoride.
This is just to counteract that, right? We're just trying to counteract all the progesterone that's in the water.
I'm not sure biology works the way that you think it does.
Hold
Do you have a doctorate?
Real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, do you have a doctorate, Brian?
I know.
Hold on.
We got some
Just
doctors
like
on the panel.
memeing.
I can
Okay, hold
get
on.
one in
Meaning-
like 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay, memeing aside, right? Memeing aside, right? And I know we're kind of having a laugh about spiking the water with testosterone and stuff, right? But it is a very grave concern is the dropping testosterone levels and fertility in Gen Z. If you remember, if I don't, again, this might just be Admiral Gibbs, me and Cal Rich that remember this. If you remember Erin Brockovich, and her and how much she fought against corporations poisoning people with cancer. The biggest thing that she is concerned about currently is dropping testosterone and dropping fertility amongst men. We already have research that is showing that like by
that's a real problem.
2050, by 2050, the fertility rates are going to be I'm not going to say non-existent, but they're going to get to a point where population replacement is going to be very, very difficult. That's how dangerous that's going to be if we don't have some form of intervention. Now, that intervention can be getting rid of the things that are causing this problem, such as microplastics, is one like, and there's plenty of research that's not controversial. How much that's impacting and what percentage of the dropping T is what is to be discussed. Not does microplastics, are we getting microplastics? Are we getting them in an exponentially larger rate?
All
And
more
do
reason
they
to go
reduce?
plant-based, but
Okay.
we keep consuming
But
your seafood
the science
and your
of that-
animal products.
Soy also
I think it would
reduces
work
Yeah,
out. I
but-
think it would actually work out like
No, it doesn't.
counterproductive. 'Cause
Something
it doesn't.
something needs to be done about dropping T levels. It's incredibly
I think that
Just like
doesn't
COVID,
the
we
increase of
required testosterone.
testosterone levels, like, doesn't that end up decreasing sperm count though? Counterproductive. It's like
No,
you might be
no,
having sex,
li-
but it's actually going to lead to
no.
less kids.
No, your testosterone is if you have low testosterone, right? So this is an important thing to understand is that getting additional testosterone has different effects when you have different testosterone levels, right? So, one of the hallmark early pieces of research that was discussing giving individuals testosterone treatment was actually towards people that had medical conditions where they basically had zero testosterone at all. And what they found is that there wasn't any positive benefit and it increased prostate cancer risk. And what it turns out is actually if you have low testosterone and you get testosterone injections, you actually reduce your prostate cancer risk, but it depends on where your T levels are. And so when you have low T, what you are dealing with is fatigue, joint pain, lack of libido, low sperm count, increased storage of fat, increased swelling, increased cancer risk. Like basically every type of fucking medical issue that you can think of is exacerbated by having low testosterone. And our entire society is at a point where 25-year-old men are getting their T levels checked and they have less than their great grandparents who are still alive. Like World War II vets are walking around with with higher T levels than young men. It's really bad and really dangerous for our overall health and for the health of culture and society because.
But
when
that's
you
true
talk
for
about
everything.
like
You're
mood
just saying
changing-
it needs to be balanced because because again, high T levels are also have create almost all of those same problems in others. Like it's just about
not all of those, but
systems,
yes, like
healthy
if you have
balance.
too much testosterone, yeah, like obviously you're gonna have if you're doing a trend cycle and your T levels are through the roof, yeah, there's medical
so
issues.
I wanted to ask Corey about this because Corey. So we were talking.
So
Y'all were
you
just
would
talking
test
about the trend cycle, right? So say you were taking like oral Winstrol, like pellets, right? And it takes like what 4 weeks to build up the like stronzable or whatever. I don't know. I'm not a steroid guy, but why would that
He
work? And
says.
like, I mean, I've never done steroids, but like listen, it wouldn't have worked for what I
You
was doing.
would do you would all the ecstasy and all that other stuff, but Winstrol's a bit too far.
No, I didn't say that. I just never had
Mental
the
enhancement,
I never
not physical enhancement.
I never needed to do that because I was at the time I was just doing a fuck ton of cardio and I was staying tiny.
Fair enough.
But now, if I had been, trying to compete at a higher level, yeah, I probably would have done it.
Can we get a photo of Prime Gibbs?
Yeah, sure. You want to see? I got one right here.
I feel like has Corey seen this? I feel like Corey needs the proof.
Yeah, I'll post some good ones. But
it doesn't.
So my question was why does that work? Like if you take oral like Winstrol or something, as opposed to like taking like oral like testosterone. Yeah, like I mean just that because obviously I'm not a scientist and I'll upload some photos while we're
You're a doctor, Gibbs.
No, yeah, well I'm an academic doctor,
True. So obviously, as the term implies, like Winstrol is a different compound. So you cannot take testosterone, the actual like molecular structure of testosterone, orally, or it's low bioavailability because you have a liver, and there's called the first pass effect in terms of it'll get modified and inactivated due to basically your liver, where pretty much things, when you eat things, okay, they're metabolized in various ways. And one of them is like that first pass effect. And so Winstrol, that will be like, it can bypass or like you can modify a compound such that like once you consume it, it will act like testosterone. So Winstrol is not testosterone, but you can mimic the effects. And this is the whole concept behind SARMs, selective androgen receptor modulators, where it's like, yeah, you can, testosterone is a specific molecule with a specific chemical formula and molecular structure. You can mimic those effects just as you can mimic the effects of many opioids through heroin, through morphine, through oxycodone, etc., etc. It's all a matter of going to bind your androgen receptors. That's it.
So there is a way to spike the water, is what you're saying.
There is a way to stimulate your androgen receptors orally. Yes, but I'm taking, as a scientist, I'm going to dispute your claim of testosterone in the water. Yes,
I'm
going
to put you in charge of the whole project. Stimulation, just so we're clear.
Okay. And first of all, let's acknowledge that Prime Gibbs looks amazing. Like he's a very handsome guy. Very manly.
Very manly. Very tiny.
But very tiny. Interesting. All right. So this has gone in very interesting
good
directions.
For you, Prime. Good for you, Gibbs.
Yeah, for your low T, I'm fine with like having some sort of therapeutic response to that. That's different from like mass spiking the water. Like I should be very clear. All right. Like I don't I don't know. Or like yeah, we can acknowledge.
Actually, just wants to date more bearded women.
Can we
right?
spike the water with Ozempic, bring down the obesity? Where's the negatives there?
Now we're thinking. Okay, at the very least, make testosterone more available, right? Maybe like a federal grant, right? We can just like really get our men full of testosterone.
Isn't it cheap?
I thought
it was like
lower the Democratic like voting ability, right?
Isn't TRT relatively cheap, or is it expensive? Am I wrong about that?
No idea.
Probably depends on the clinic, I assume. And
I'm one of my most conservative points is I honestly think I think we have too much behind prescriptions. I think that more stuff should be available over the counter. Just the idea of like just going to be able to pick up some stuff, just because.
Yep.
Not that
like
many.
Blue Chew.
You're gonna get resistance from the right on making hormones more available, especially over the counter, right? Like I think that's gonna be a non-starter for a lot of people on the right.
And also other illicit drugs. They don't tend to be
21 and older if you just want to go shopping at the pharmacy.
Yeah, super easy to send your friend in there, and to buy tea for you, and then just give it to you.
No, I think just sign a waiver.
Which they're already doing that. Like I mean, like sure, like it would be saying the quiet part out loud, but like Keffels literally fucking
I
is
was-
famous for fucking for using her Discord
Bathtub.
server to get hormones
Mhm.
to kids against their parents' will. But like, you know, Destiny says something
what?
slightly off about trans people and we gotta fucking get rid of them. Like, but I mean, like it's already a thing. Like, like you look at studies from Italy, for
That is
example.
involving mine.
Everybody in Italy is going to Spain in a quick train ride to go buy it over the counter, anyways. Like, it's
Well, that's
just
what I
like any
mean.
other drug.
That's what I
war.
mean. Why
It's
would
like,
they
it's
do that?
already
If it
there.
was easy to get without it being available over the counter, then why would they be taking trains to a country where it is available over the counter?
Because
Right?
it's an
Obviously-
hour fucking drive.
Right. That means it's less.
It is
that means-
easy.
Right.
It means
That's
it's
but
not
that's
available where
making
they
my
are.
point. Is that
Yeah.
if you make it available over the counter, then it's going to be more readily available. If it were just as readily available without doing that, then nobody would feel the need to be going to Spain.
So,
No
actually,
one would
that's
feel the need to
interesting you
ride
say
a
that.
train ride.
Isn't
But
isn't
I
there
was
some
describing
evidence-
both the over-the-counter position and how people are willing to ride a train,
Well,
and the position that people already have a black market for it.
Well,
Both
so
are true.
isn't there?
Yeah, but the black market is way more difficult to deal with than
No,
just-
listen,
Well,
listen, no,
hold on,
listen,
I go-
listen.
hold on.
You-
Is
no,
there
hold
some
on, real
evidence
quick, real
against
quick,
that?
real quick. No, real quick. There's a
with, like,
basic
drugs,
principle.
alcohol?
There's a basic principle in economic theory, right? When talking about regulating the price of a good or regulating the good out of the market in terms of legality, and that is how elastic is the good. It never matters what you do to gas, because people need gas, factories need gas, boats need gas. Like literally the whole world runs on gasoline, right? So when gas prices go up, the amount of gas that's purchased stays almost relatively the same. Okay, the same is going to be true for people that have convinced themselves that they need hormone replacement therapy and the availability of those hormones. If you are psychologically convinced that you're going to fucking kill yourself or that like your life is going to be over if you don't get this thing, you're going to fucking get it. It doesn't matter what laws are there. So you might as well put it in places where it can be meaningfully regulated if you believe in that anyways. Like I don't think it's going to be that hard to
Well, I
sell
mean,
conservatives
it's
on that being
meaningfully
available for
regulated
people
now.
21.
Like there was, I don't know, I forgot, there was that activist that Shapiro's sister got obsessed with for a while because they were saying something sort of online about how if you have any extra pills left over, like donate them to me and then I'll make sure that they go to kids or whatever.
Right.
And
Also, for the record, nobody gives a fuck about trans women, trans men, right? Like conservatives, like they just like lesbians, they basically don't exist in the conversation. They only give a fuck about male to females because those are the people that are in sports, those are the people that are in women's bathrooms, those are the people that are in women's spaces, and those are the people that make them sexually frustrated when they find out they're beating off to them on fucking Pornhub in the middle of the night. Nobody gives a fuck about female
a lot
and
of
male
parents
trans.
a lot of parents have
care about
some
for
strong
kids.
reactions to their daughters becoming men.
Yeah, they care about it for kids, but again, in the general population, nobody cares.
Hold on, before we move on, isn't there some evidence to support, like with alcohol? I feel like I don't have the study in front of me, and but I feel like I've read several times, like for example, they've lowered the drinking age in some countries, and it's actually reduced minors buying alcohol in larger quantities.
Gets rid of the cool factor.
Yeah. So isn't there some evidence against like kind of what y'all are saying, like, oh well, they're just gonna go drive somewhere else and get like I don't know, like
again, it's the
Because
elasticity.
it's because there's a black market that people are going to the black. Like if you legalize drugs, people will probably do less drugs.
I don't know if that's necessarily.
I don't think
Because-
that.
because
I
you're
think
dealing-
that doesn't
you're dealing
apply
with like a
here
chemical,
because it's a
chemical
highly
addictive
inelastic
element there. Like that's different from
It's-
like just social factors.
HRT drugs, right? Like like estradiol or
Like, you don't
progesterone
just
later
try
on,
crack
and
once.
androgen therapy, like puberty blockers, things like this. They are a highly elastic good. It's not quite the same as alcohol for kids because alcohol for kids is cool and they might try it or they might not try it. But if you're convinced that you're trans, you're gonna fucking find a way to get your shit. They just
I
will.
just
It's a
don't
very
see the right getting behind this. I think right now they're very anti HRT, and no matter what sort of logical positions you want to put forward in front of them, they're if for nothing else, if for no other reason, just the ick factor is going to have them oppose this kind of
men being able to get their testosterone, they'll fucking support it.
Yeah, men on T, yeah, for sure.
No, I just think that I'm when I say that, I don't even mean like it has to be in the aisle at Dollar General. I just meant like if you want
it's like alcohol.
What's the big ADHD?
Just show your ID.
Adderall.
Yeah, if you want Adderall, I think it would be cool if you could just talk
Go
to
buy Addies.
go talk to the actual pharmacist. They like check off a box saying that like like, oh, this should last you 30 days.
Well,
and then they check you off and you can't get another refill.
We
for
barely
like,
got hearing aids over the counter, and it took decades
So here's how the
to
Adderall
finally
works
do that.
over the
And it just
counter.
happened this year.
There is
There's a black market for hearing
Doesn't mean you
aids.
can buy like
Yeah.
30
Yeah.
bottles.
Well, hold
at
on.
once.
So here's the thing with the Adderall, though, right? It's really easy to get prescribed it, right? Like depending on where you go. And now just last year, a law got repealed, or not repealed, or like ran out, or the time went on the act or something. And so it's even easier now. Than it was like 6 months ago to get the Adderall because used to you have to go and do checkups and then you'd have to like go in every month. But so the way is they can prescribe to your pharmacy up to 3 months, whatever you're prescribed your supply. And say like I need like say I lost my script somewhere, right? And I just like lost it on vacation. They can give you like the doctor can call in and give them an emergency supply, but it's up to like 5 or 7 days. I don't remember. I haven't lost my script in like years, but like you can give like only like 5 or 7 days since it's controlled substance. And so you're like they're really pretty strict at the pharmacy like with going, and they'll even be like, oh, you got it on this date, even though your date, say I picked it up today, right, the 8th, and my prescription said the 5th. And so like next month's prescription comes in the 4th because like you know how like months work one day. They would be like, no, you can't pick it up till the 7th because you picked it up on this date. So yeah, even though there is a pretty large black market, I guess the way they're getting around that with the black market is these people like on the moment like the local level is they're like just over prescribing people and then people are reselling it. But even then, like there's a maximum to that they can do. They're not going in there and getting like, oh, I got 4 scripts of 30 10 milligrams and 30 30s. I got 3 of those. They're like you can only pick them up once a month.
It really depends how plugged in you are with your psych or with your doctor or whatever it is.
I mean, I'm pretty
you can get crazy prescriptions.
Yeah, sure. I mean, they give me pretty much as close as to the max amount you can get, and like even then, they like still like have pretty high restrictions.
Yeah, so I know, but Bam, it sounds like what he's saying is that like, it's not, well, at least from your last statement, it sounds like you're not necessarily it should be not over it should be over the counter, right? But not with a prescription. That like you go to the pharmacist and you talk to them and say like, well, this should last you this long and give you this.
You'll
much
get flagged if you go to other pharmacies and try to pick up the same prescription that day type shit. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, just
or the same amount.
Or just like giving people because I think
Like
that
they
like
do with Sudafed?
I think it's just difficult to get off. Like when people don't have health insurance half the time, you know, maybe they have co-pays, maybe like they can't take off time to go to work to like go to like multiple doctor's visits. And I know that that's like it's not a high barrier of entry, but just for certain things, like it doesn't mean that everything should be over the counter, but certain things you would be like, oh, okay,
everything should be over the counter.
This is kind of intense, but like we'll let you try it out for yourself. You know,
I think
everything should be over the counter.
Example.
I think it would
There's
be
no
too
good
expensive
argument for having
would-
anything not be over the counter.
Yeah. You don't even really have to put like a limit on how much people buy. It'd be way too expensive for like the normie to just buy out, and the people who can like buy out bottles of alcohol and buy out bottles should be able to buy out
do
bottles
you
of
agree
Adderall.
with that? That everything should be over the counter.
I can
And
think
that,
of
like,
one.
Sudafed?
I can think of one example of something that I might be uncomfortable with being over the counter.
Go ahead.
And that's going to be antibiotics, like penicillin and stuff, because we already have an issue of like antibiotic resistant bacteria, and because we're overusing it. I can imagine what would happen if like anybody could just go into the pharmacy and grab it for whatever purpose and just start using it.
Well, so when I say everything should be available over the counter, right? What I'm saying is there shouldn't be a government regulation to stop you from being able to purchase whatever it is that you want. That doesn't mean that pharmacies have to sell something that they think might be immoral or that they think might be
up to their
wrong, or
discretion.
that there can't be other ways of dealing with those situations, right?
Okay, so then
Neither
that
is
answers the
dangerous
question
to
I
people.
was going to ask you then. So basically, so the only reason why I think it's fine to have these regulations is because some of these chemicals are quite dangerous, especially in combination with other chemicals, right? That's what the whole thing about pharmacology. That's the whole. But you're saying that even within your society, you would have like pharmacologists who can like as a matter of maybe protecting themselves from suit or something, right? You would hire a pharmacologist and they would check to see if this will interact badly with other medications. It's just that the government wouldn't be mandating.
So like bartenders are supposed to act,
we
they
have
can't over like
we have
cutoff
so we have
supposed to.
Okay. So we have currently the major regulatory agency that handles whether or not drugs are safe is the FDA. right? The FDA had, basically gave a blank check to Purdue to start the opioid epidemic. This is the same people that worked with Big Pharma during the COVID pandemic. Let's set that portion aside for YouTube reasons and political expediency, right? This is the same people that made it so that it was nigh impossible to get vitamins during the AIDS epidemic because they knew that blacks, gays, and heroin addicts were the only ones dying. So they just made sure that they gave that they gave all the authority to AZT in extremely high doses, so we can just kill off the gays. Who gives a fuck? And this is the same company that has supported companies like Bayer when they intentionally infected people in Africa with AIDS by sending them tainted drugs that they knew they couldn't sell in America. And this is the same company that 25% of all drugs that they approve are recalled. They have the worst fucking track record of actually being safe of like that you could possibly fucking imagine. And then people are like, well, what if it was private? We need this company that literally has helped poison Americans like every 20 years with like the worst shit imaginable. And it's like, I would much rather have a private market where you go to the doctor and you say, hey, doctor, what do I need? And the doctor says, hey, I trust this company. I trust their drugs. This is who I use. They give me really good information and I pay for that information. And I'm an expert in these things. This is what I think is best for you and your health. As opposed to some government agency working with Big Pharma where it's illegal for me to buy fucking baby formula in Europe when there's a baby formula shortage and the Biden administration has to send a fucking airplane over to Sweden to get Nestle shitty baby formula back to us because it's illegal to buy baby formula that's better for us. Yeah, of course the private market would be better. I
have pushback on that. Like I'd like to talk to you about that, but later because I don't want to go down that whole rabbit hole. And it's only slight pushback. I think maybe we could probably work through it. But anyway,
I also got hot takes.
I just really hate the
formula,
FDA,
by way, but that's a different thing.
Spiking with testosterone?
And primarily a scam, but we can talk about that later.
I would like to talk about that. Yeah. So I wanted to. I have a slight
future topic.
I'm not sure if this crowd will glom onto this. I'm curious if you will or not. But I've been part of a group discussion, and among my friends, something we've been talking about is the word female. And whether the use of the word female is sexist, right? There are a lot of women who say that, like, don't refer to me as a female, like, refer to me as a woman, right? And there's a lot of pushback within my friend group about this. And I'm curious on, like, what your thoughts, like, is this like a nothing burger, or like should we refer to people as how they should be referred to? Is there even if it's you think that it's not misogynist, right? Like, do you think the word is neutral, or like can there be connotations attached to it that are negative? Yeah, Ali?
The word became mandatory for because it's men that are going to be using it, and especially with nowadays with like what is a woman? Yeah, guys are just female. Like where they're being direct.
Yeah.
I feel like it could. I feel like it used to. I feel like it was. I heard
avoid
this,
being
like, 2
in
years
HR.
ago where people were using female, and they're like, "Well, we're not science experiments. We're not fucking lab rats. Don't refer to us as females." Well, fine, but now the word "woman's" been stripped from us to an extent. Like we're arguing over that word. People are arguing over it. Unfortunately, you can disagree, but they are. And so nowadays, when someone says "woman," right, it's like, well, that's kind of ambiguous. So female is like just a direct term.
It's not just that. Like, no, it's been weird to say woman for a long time in kind of a casual context. Like, hey man, that's normal. Hey woman.
Yeah, woman.
Hey, woman.
Hey, female.
Does not sound right.
That's got a good ring to it.
Haven't you always heard that?
Very different ring to it.
Haven't you heard
But hey lady is better.
That's because lady's a noun.
I don't know. I just think that, like, because I feel like a lot of people are going to disagree. Me making an affirmative case for it.
Woman is a noun.
But you can't say "hey woman." That doesn't sound good.
Girl.
Whoa man. You be.
Well, I'm just saying.
The thing is, we address
is an
individuals,
adjective, right? So it would be as if I were to refer to Prime as a black. Like, there was a time in our history when we did that, right? But but black is an adjective. It's not a noun, right? And
but
it's
if
the
you
same
refer to Prime
thing.
as a-
Same thing with male or female.
It's so hard when you said it, Iko. I don't know.
Yeah, men aren't
That's
offended.
the South African in
males,
me. That's-
men aren't offended if you call them male. They're
But
not going.
but
to
we
be offended
don't
if you
call
them
men
male.
males. Like it's something we can.
Because we're not arguing.
When I
because we
hear
don't
the
have
word
an argument
male-
over what a man is. We don't
When I
argue
hear the word
that.
male,
So-
the
so
first
we
thing
do.
that goes
We
through
really
my
have
head is
trans
a
men just like there's
suspect
trans
that
women.
Police officers.
I mean,
But there's not an
looking for,
argument. And no one.
a white male suspect, age 35 or whatever. By the way, you can say male suspect because male is an adjective. You're describing the sex of the suspect.
A list of adjectives, yeah.
For sure, like,
but you
like,
don't know the sex of the person until you catch them and you check their sex. Otherwise, you're just assuming their sex.
the term is
yeah.
fine in like biological and like professional senses, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about people using the word in common parlance. And I also push back against the idea that like men are like having to deal in the specifics related to trans people. The majority of people don't consider trans people in their day-to-day life. They don't say like, oh, it's some girls over there, some women. Like, wait a minute, let me be specific. There's females
I'm
here.
going to go ahead and argue
one-
that this female thing is coming from the left. The women on the left are the ones arguing that they don't like the word female, and so men on the left, or even men that are talking to women on the left, yeah, they're going to use the word female because on the left, the trans ideology is what's big and popular. So the woman argument's happening more there than it is on the right.
I don't know if it's necessarily even just that, right? I feel like there's like a couple layers of this, right? I think that what y'all are saying is true with the ideology thing, but it's the same thing as like certain women and certain groups of women have trigger words, right? So if I was to say, oh, these bitches over here, I have several groups of friends where they're like, oh, no problem. Right, but if I call like my homegirl Misha a bitch, she's gonna stab me. Now, same group, two groups of women. If I call one of them a cunt, that the one group of women pissed. The other groups of women, if I called Misha a cunt, she wouldn't give a shit. But if I called like my friend Destiny a cunt, she's gonna stab me. Right? Same, and they're alternate. And then same thing with the women thing. If I say women, she's like, why you call me woman? Like you coming at me. But I'm like, oh, these females over here. She's like, yeah, these females over here acting up. Ha 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 ha. So I don't know that it's necessarily even the ideology thing, but I think it depends on whatever their specific nuanced triggers are like to it. And I think we're getting to a point where like almost any word that's a descriptive word for a person is becoming a problem. Like
For
if
a
I was
woman.
yeah, I mean, for anybody, really. Like earlier, we were talking about like when we started this panel, we were talking about like what's the definition of masculinity, and like Scott was talking about chopping up liver and eating it, and Lactoid was talking about hunting the people,
desiccated
eating the
liver.
Yeah, talking about the liver, hunting the liver from the animal, kind of thing, as well as I was. And if I was to say you were a liver eater, wow, you're sitting there excluding all these other people, and it's an issue. And so you can't almost use any descriptor now without people getting mad.
I think
it's a fair point.
To be fair, women in words has always been a thing, right? So it's like that for the longest time. It was like, well, the word bitch, right? It's
But it's
this
not just
derogatory
women,
term.
though, is my
But
point.
there's no term. I'm saying there's really no terms and no things that you're calling men where they're like so staunchly offended by. Words don't really affect men the same way that they're
Isn't
affecting
true.
women.
Okay, this super isn't true. Like, and maybe it depends on the group. Like, I'll speak like historically with black people. Like, even with men, like even if it's grammatically correct, black people don't like being called boy. Like it's something boy. I don't know, something born into it. You call us boy. We feel offended by it, and
that's
you can
more
say
due to
this
racism than it is due to like your like male female. That's more because it's racist.
So let me-
than it is
You
because
can
you're
also
mad.
bring up sexism with the
One thing that's changing.
But it's both. It's not just so it's a combination. If there was no racist undertone, I don't think any black people would or any black men would care with the boy. But because there's a racist undertone, that's the issue.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? I don't know. Has anybody else here been in the military? Is it just me, or is there anyone else okay. So when you're in the military, calling females female is super common. It's something everybody says. Specifically if someone is lower rank than you. Or if someone less so lower rank, but like you're in some level or position of authority of them in military culture. And so it is something that I and many veterans have had to transition out of when we went back into the civilian world. Because when you go back into the civilian world, you start calling people, you go, hey, female. And people go, the fuck did you just say to me? And but you're used to it being normal. And so it is absolutely true that it is culturally dependent and context dependent. But more so, I would say it's culturally dependent. And what I think we're seeing is that with gender ideology, with critical theory with TERFs, right? That are gender critical, right? There has going to be a shift in our culture. And so when you see a shift in our culture, you're going to see a shift in our language and how we use it. It's just natural. That doesn't necessarily mean that that person's intending to be offensive, and that person actually may be intending to be offensive, right? It could be some weirdo that's trying to use female because they can't just have a normal fucking conversation at the workplace, right? Because they can't just call Sharon Sharon, but because Sharon's, Sharon's, Chris now, they have to be like female, like it could absolutely be derogatory to be calling like a trans man female, like to highlight their sex characteristics here. But I do think what you are seeing is very common to, like, we see this in the black community, or not so black, language towards blacks, right? It used to be appropriate to call black people colored. That's what you were supposed to call black people. And then that became offensive. So you're supposed to call them African American, right? Then that became offensive. No, they're not racist. They're just because they haven't changed the fucking name. Like it's context.
Retard is another term that's like
right. Well,
offensive.
Yeah, retard. It used to be imbecile.
But that's when that
it
sort
used
of
to be
slid
moron.
back out of
it used to be
again.
Mm-hmm. Right,
Now
and
it's
so
okay again.
black is how people prefer. And of course, with critical race theory and journalism adopting critical race theory, we are seeing that black now has to be capitalized, or it's offensive if you have like a lowercase black in a lot of things. So language changes all the fucking time. I mean, Shakespeare essentially invented our modern English system from Middle English by inventing like 18,000 fucking words, right? I mean, and so I think people are probably making much ado about nothing here. And if it seems like it's used in a way to target trans men, then I would say that's probably an issue. I mean, they have a right to their speech, obviously, but they're probably doing it to be an asshole. But if it seems like it's happening organically and it seems offensive, that is likely just the cultural landscape and how we talk about identity and gender changing, and that's something that's just naturally occurring. And it feels weird, especially if you're not in the demographic cohort that the language is changing in.
I think the two biggest reasons it's offensive.
I want to hear from Bam, and then I'll hear from Lactoid and Ico.
Yeah, I would say I think the two biggest reasons it's offensive in common parlance is one, it feels non-specific to the humanity, like because female can apply to anything. That's the one reason, and two, in practice of how people typically use the word. If someone starts a phrase with female, I don't even think it's actually coming at trans people. I think it's followed up by some like sexist generalization about women. So it's like, oh yeah, females be crying all the time, or like you got that female brain.
Context. We're not talking about discussing females. We're talking about just specific individual, like, hey, female, or that female over there.
Yeah, I think saying the individual thing, I think that's crazy. But I'm saying I think most people don't use it individualized. I think people use it as a generalization. Yeah. No.
Well, yeah, nobody's offended except for crazy, insane queer theorists that people use the word female at all. We're talking about the concept. We're talking about the concept of when you're talking about a person that's right there, when you're replacing this or that, right? Very important in grammar.
No, I think the term female in general being used so commonly in instead of woman, like people are just referring to females as females. And
if you're offended by that, you're fucking psycho. Like your friends are fucking nutcases.
That's the discussion that's being happening.
If we recognize that in California, 40% of Gen Z are identifying as either trans or non-binary, and so literally almost a majority of fucking Gen Z at this point, closely, will no longer identify as man or woman, and we're using female or male because it's literally impossible to discuss.
No, I'm not talking about offensive. I'm not talking about politically or
You're saying socially
being socially accurate.
Females can't drive.
Yeah, but you can change that with anything. But you can say women are dumb. Yeah. Females are dumb. Like you can say,
that's all it was.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
but I'm saying that's why people are generally offended, because it's usually followed up by something offensive. I think if historically the word was used in like a positive light, this conversation wouldn't have strummed up. But people now, when women hear the word female, it's trying to trigger something. It's like it's going to be followed up by something sexist.
Females are tone of bitches. Bitches and females is basically synonymous at this point. But then once again, to my point, like people are just using the word. It was women can't drive, bitches can't drive, females can't drive. It's just they're just using a different word, and I think think it really is like, I think they're driving home that point of like what nowadays, I think maybe, yeah, they are being offensive, but I think we are really driving in the point of like, okay, cool, we can't use the word woman anymore, female.
If you are correct, Bam,
But
if
they're
you
not
are
conceding
correct,
that.
hold on. If you are correct in your approximation, which I'm willing to entertain this. If you are correct in your approximation that there is a triggering aspect to the female who hears the term female, because there is a certain cohort of like internet bros or people, or a certain pattern that they recognize where they hear the word female, and it's either preceded or followed by something offensive about that category, then it's not the word that is an issue at all anyways, because people would use woman or girls in lieu of that anyways. It just happens to be that that's more common. And so if that's being associated in that way, what we're really discussing is females being offended by the very idea of being spoken about or targeted as a cohort that is different. And what you're seeing then is likely a growing feminist philosophy within females in our society, where they are offended by the idea that females are spoken about as a different group. And again, this probably brings in queer theory and gender theory here too, and the concept that like men and women are different. You're seeing a growing offense at the very idea that women are different in different ways.
If men and women are the same, then fine, male, female.
So let's go.
But that's all
let's go to,
dependent upon your position, Black.
I really want to engage with this because I think you guys are all missing the mark. But we'll go back to it. Aiko, Gibbs. Oh, and before you do, guys, if you're liking this content, consider supporting the channel. Buy subs to the channel, gifting bits, gifting subs, so that we can continue to have all these things, have these great discussions. This was a topic last night. We want to see where it goes, but we've been having a lot of interesting conversations here because we got a great group of individuals, interesting people who like to discuss interesting things, have interesting ideas. So if you enjoy being here, consider supporting the channel, subs to the channel, get bits, get subs, or consider giving a super chat. It will react to the words. There are no super chats now. All right, so Corey, I know Corey's anticipating me screwing this up, but it hasn't happened yet.
That was salivating. Ready?
He absolutely was. But yeah, consider helping out the channel so that I can keep doing it. But Bam, thanks for being a real one, for gifting a sub. So consider you out there. I see a bunch of you not sub, but you seem to be enjoying the content. Consider supporting the channel, getting bits, getting subs, or super chat if you're in YouTube land. Okay, Lecter, please.
One example that was brought up before is like a lot of studies that talk about like racial difference in outcomes. Like we'll refer to like whites and blacks, for example. I've actually had to like defend that recently. Like the fact that the study refers like to whites and blacks, specifically blacks, because that's like been seen as offensive. I think that, like people are kind of shifting on that, and I've seen recent studies like start to move away from that language and instead like refer to like, instead of blacks and whites, they'll refer to whites and black people, which I think is interesting. They'll like make sure to specify black people, but with whites, obviously it's just whites. With the woman thing, I'm gonna like
be in danger of accidentally believing that white people are people with rights.
Right, of course.
Is white lowercase too?
An American thing.
Yeah, white
is
always lowercase.
White's
yes,
always supposed to be lowercase.
Of course.
It's also
no, I mean that's the journalistic standard. Literally,
I know. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's literally that is literally Chicago style rules currently.
I know. That's why I brought it up. Yeah.
But I wanted to say as well, like with the woman thing, this is like this totally intuition based. I have no studies backing this up whatsoever. Corey's gonna love it. I think what this maybe has a little bit to do with is that the term female, in my experience, is a term that's used generally by the archetype of a fuckboy, right? Somebody who's trying to hit on a girl specifically. And I feel like these kind of terms, like the terms that are like
animalistic analogy.
The terms that men are like used to hit on women with, I feel women have sort of like gravitated against because they feel they're demeaning in some way. So one of the things that like I've like naturally comes to me is like, what's up, girl? Like that's something that I just say. But I can't say that anymore because I've gotten a lot of responses.
Girl, let me get your MySpace.
Yeah. What's up, girl? It just flows so naturally. I'm not even kidding you. And I've had more than once. Like, I'm not a girl. Like, I'm a woman. It's like, oh, fuck. It's like, all right. Like, who are you calling girl? Like, Wait, what'd you just say? Like,
That's
some
a
woman
great
doesn't
heuristic
have the
to get
same
rid of
ring.
annoying.
Yeah,
fucking
and then
girls.
sometimes like if I'm like feeling like in a assholey mood, I'll be like, all right, hey woman, and then of course then she gets pissed off even more. So it doesn't really work out.
My bad. That's when you trickle down. You go, okay, all right, female, listen up, and then
And then you get hit. That's what happens the third time.
What you do is you
number.
immediately switch to a Julia Child. Sorry, not in Julia Child.
What a
the woman
reference,
that-
Julia.
No, not Julia Child. The other female cook. The female.
Everyone knows
TV
Julia
chef.
Child here.
Shush. The female. No,
Do you know how
God
little that
damn it.
narrows it down? The other
I'm
female
sorry.
cook?
I'm sorry.
Y'all keep interrupting me. The lady that does like all the glazed hams and like mass Paula Deen. Thank you. You switch to a Paula Deen. So when she's like, I'm not a girl, I'm a woman, and just immediately be like, oh, I'm so sorry, hon, sweetie. Oh my goodness, you need to get some meat on them bones. Why don't we? Just really go full blown with it, you know? That's right.
Thank you for that, Scott. Thank you. I appreciate that, Scott.
Hey,
Thank you so
y'all.
much.
Today we're
let's
going
go
to make
our
a honey
turn.
glazed ham with 10 pounds of sugar.
Oh my, that sounds amazing. Oh fuck. Let's go to Aiko and then Gibbs.
So
Actually,
I
would-
want to bring
I
us
would totally
back to
eat
my
that, but go ahead.
earlier grammar point, because I'm not trying to say that grammar explains everything or that you can't change parts of speech. Like there's in fact since Shakespeare was brought up earlier, Shakespeare was known for a rhetorical technique called anthemeria, where you turn a noun into an adjective or an adjective into a noun. Like it happens, we do that in speech.
That's where a
all the
bunch of
time.
his made up words are.
So I'm not trying to say that just because it's an adjective, you can never say it, right? But there is an implication to the fact that you're referring to somebody as an adjective and not a noun that sort of robs them of their personhood. Especially Bam mentioned that like it's something that's not even necessarily human referenced, right? Like you can be referring to a female giraffe or a spider or something like that, you know? The old song from like even before I was young, the female of the species is more deadly than the male, right? That's the sort of thing that sort of pops up in your mind. The female of the species, right? There's something sort of
what's the greater risk?
Animalistic about it.
If you have to choose between woman or female in our current society where
for sure.
where the idea that non-binary and trans people are skyrocketing, and most non-binary people, all they're doing is getting a pierced nose and like a streak of something in their hair and wearing a hoodie, and they're boy modding magically or something.
Right.
And
Well,
like,
if
they're
you
li-
If you're talking to
literally
an
fucking
individual, you
pants
don't
out.
use either of
If
these
you
words.
wanna
You just
solve-
say, "Hey, you."
If you want to solve the grammatical issue, but you still want to say female, you can say like a female person, I guess. Like just like you could say a black person or a white person. instead of
Female
saying all
person. That
black.
sounds awful. Oh my god.
Right.
I was talking to that
Yeah, I
female
hate to-
person over there. It's
Yeah, but that right
Just
because
female
female
sound.
is so
That's-
persons,
clinical.
birthing persons now.
That's right, because female is such a clinical term that even when you attach it to a noun in the proper way, it does sound sort of almost dehumanizing, right? Like
what about double X homie? How about that? Does that work?
Or maybe we like the fact that woman is kind of ambiguous, right? Because we don't quite know if you're referring to sex or gender when you say it. Maybe we need another word, and that word is just absent, right?
Have
And
you
maybe
used
the
their
attempt
name?
there
Fuck, man.
to use the adjective
Thank
as if it were a
Listen
noun.
to yourself.
is-
Listen to yourself. I'm not even trying
And
to be
before
offensive to you, Icon.
I'm talking about for categories here. I'm just talking about accuracy.
And just
Yeah,
before you do
we
that,
have
thank
to.
you, Lady Kita, for becoming a tier 1 member on YouTube. Oh, that's super rare. And that only happened less than 10 minutes ago. Okay, so
I'm marking it down on my calendar right now.
Corey, go ahead.
You didn't
Sorry.
even get into double digits. But like Icon, real quick, like just the state of our culture where how are we supposed to as a society function like a well-oiled machine where we can look towards progress of our society, where we can live in a high trust society, where we can depend upon the web of voluntary exchange of ideas and services and goods towards inventing new things and new industries and new technologies and becoming spacefaring, when we're sitting here being like, maybe we need a new fucking word to deal with the fact that we're too terrified in our culture to be able to worry that we're not going to offend somebody if we look at someone that's presenting feminine, and we can't say girl, and we can't say chick, and we can't say woman, and we can't say female,
and we can't say they, right?
fuck?
We can't use the singular they, right?
Which right, like
even though
we're
Shakespeare
literally
used it,
you're right. You're proving that we live in a
this is the
low
problem.
trust society because we have to invent new words to try and hopefully not offend people.
I'm just saying, I don't understand why we're having this conversation
You don't necessarily need to invent new words, but you do if you want to say something specific, right? If you want to say woman, but you want woman to mean a female person, and you're not willing to use the word person because you don't like it, sorry, lactoid, then you're going to need a new word. You're just going to need a word if you don't want to be misunderstood.
Well, but
because-
it's also, I'm just saying that, like, why we don't use these words? Why do we keep applying this identity?
That's its own
The
issue.
problem is, what if they don't like
I
that
feel like we're
word?
making this is the idea where men's fault. We're making up like we're saying like this is so difficult, and we're making up a problem where it doesn't exist. The problem doesn't exist. We don't address individuals as woman or female or girl. We don't talk to people that way. We say their names. Like
talk to men like that.
We don't say, "Hey." Well, I guess who says?
What's up, man? How you doing, man? We literally do that all the time.
But we don't say male in that way. Not usually.
Because we don't have to. We don't need to because men weren't offended at the fact that we use men. That's
So
the only
women-
reason we're
hold on.
typically
They're
advocate
not
to say
affected
women.
at being called women. They're not offended. In fact, they're insisting on it, right? They're saying
no, but woman
refer to
doesn't
me
mean-
as a
but
woman, not as a
the woman
female.
doesn't mean what like.
So men are
there's no
so
we
men
don't have
would be
an agreed
offended to
upon
have
term.
to say
We're arguing what the term woman means.
Yeah, but
Women are-
99+% of the time, that's not.
Or
an
you're
issue.
making that
I
argument.
mean, I understand that 99, but the only people that are complaining about the terminology are the people that are like, these are the people we're talking about.
No,
It's going to be
okay,
from the
so-
left, and those are the people that are having that argument.
All right, I'm gonna let Gibbs in, but I really want to push back like so hard on all
So
this.
I want to push back kind of what like Bam said. Actually, just kind of like what y'all said. So yeah, if you're walking up and you're going, these females over here, you're like, hey female, hey girl. I mean, yeah, that's those are that you're not going to use that generally, like right, like that's going to be dehumanizing. That's going to be a problem, right? And I agree with Bam when he says that, right? That's generally not how you have a normal conversation. Even Lactoid going up and say, "What's up, girl?" That's probably not good. You could go up and say, "What's up, mommy?" or some other wild shit, and then be better. But like if you go up and you're saying like that, yeah, obviously dehumanizing. But this is where the problem lies, right? If I'm like you're trying to
Get
say
my
something-
ass kicked.
well, you just gotta say.
Hola, chica.
Yeah, well, here's the trick though. Like, this is the
It is
issue.
true.
Like,
If you could just say it in a charming way, you'll get
yeah,
forgiven.
yeah, you get away with a lot of stuff. But here's the-
Mommy? You think you could say mommy in a charming way?
I guarantee you, Gibbs does. I guarantee.
Black
Have you
people
ever been
do.
in Miami?
I do. I always
Black
use
people
Tight
do.
black leather, I
but
guess.
That's the. I literally only use mommy. Anyway,
Yeah, mommy's like proper.
So I like here's our little mama. It all sorts of stuff. So here's
Do you
the-
not date like Latin women?
yeah, it's great. But
Spanish?
that's
No,
not, that's
I guess
not,
not.
You're missing
that's
out.
that's not the point I'm making, right? So the point I'm making is that almost all descriptive words have become a problem, right? So say I'm sitting here like here on this panel, and I'm to describe like individuals that are females, right? And we're gonna sit here and describe them. If I was to describe them as individuals who are female, like people are gonna be mad, right? They're gonna be like, "Oh, that's you can't call them that," etc., etc. Same thing if like when y'all said men don't get mad, men do get mad. Do you remember when everybody used to say, "Oh, say I was gonna describe," we'll pick Lactoid here again because I know he's not gonna be mad. If I was gonna say he's a cis male. Well, he might get mad if I call him a cis male. He's gonna be like, "Well, what is cis? That's an insult," just like Elon Musk did, right? He's gonna be mad, or like or any really descriptive term. We've gotten to a point. It's not that we need new words; it's that every descriptive word that we've made is a cancel word now, and we can't describe anybody in any manner because everybody's got this cult of personality where they think they're special, right? And that's the problem that I keep trying to
abolitionism.
like emphasize. Yeah, it's not just gender abolitionism; it's descriptive abolitionism. We've gotten to the point where, like, if you describe somebody anyway, they takes away their
Derogatory.
individuality. It's derogatory. It doesn't even have to be derogatory. I could say that Corey is a smart man, and he could be upset that I call him a smart man. He'd be
You
like,
judge
"Well," he's like, "Well, I'm an intelligent male," or I'm an intelligent man of two zygotes, or whatever the fuck he wants to say. And, like, you're gonna sit here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just making shit up, right? Like, we're just like, the point is that I'm making any descriptive term that's like become taboo now because it doesn't matter what words we come up with. People are going to find a way to be offended because they all want to be special. That's the big
I love that we learned today that Corey is a parasitic twin. But
Is mommy the same thing as daddy in this case?
No, it's Papa. Papi.
Yeah, Papi. Hey, Papi. How you doing?
For the Puerto Rican
Girls can get away with
Why
daddy.
is it English when it was referring to women, but then Spanish when it's referring to men? I feel like this is a double standard.
You don't say mommy.
Lactoid, I do this all the time. Like, okay, Papa, calm down. Like, all the time.
He does it to me. He does.
Yeah.
He does.
Yeah, but I've never heard you call a woman on here mommy.
I have. I mean, hey, mama, calm down. Relax.
Yeah. I mean, the ratio here is a little bit.
Yeah, it's not much.
If you're ever in like Miami, like everyone calls each other Papa and Mommy. And same thing in New York too, especially if you're.
I don't think you don't do it in like a
I always
library.
thought that was like a sexual thing. That's what I thought.
It is a sexual thing.
It's not a sexual thing.
It's flirtatious. It's
I mean, well, that's what I mean. I mean, it's flirtatious. Like you wouldn't do that in like a library, but if you're in a place that's like goofy, you can say like, "Hey."
He was like, "I have no fucking shame." Hot chick in the library. What up, mommy?
I'm like, listen, mommy, how you doing? Hey, what you reading over here?
What up, mommy?
I don't like that. I really don't like that.
You reading Karl Marx over there, mommy?
Lactoid's offended by the term.
Yeah, I'm offended. It kind
You
of
also
like
don't like the term woman and
it makes me
female, huh?
nauseated a little bit. No, those are fine, but like mommy
is
yeah.
Well, you're thinking mommy.
Mama, you can use mama.
I would
Because Lactoid is a white. All right.
I'm a white.
Come on, get in here, destroy.
I would
everybody.
like. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna put one. I'm with Lactoid on this. I don't like referring to women as mommy. Right? Like I don't want us.
It's just code switching.
You just you're not around enough.
It's just code switching, right? Like if you were around a bunch of Hispanics, you would code switch in that way.
Yeah.
Just like when I'm dating a black girl and I end up hanging out with her and her friends for like a long time.
And then
I'll,
what
like,
do you
come
say?
back and I'm not going to tell you what I say. I come
What do
back
you say,
and I have a very different language. All right, I'll just say that. Like I'm not dropping N bombs. All right. But I will change. I will code switch. Because it's just the thing that happens.
I was about to say, if
with
you're around a
everybody. I
black
change
woman
the way
that's
that I end
like
up
older than
speaking over time.
26, she's probably gonna call you baby, and she doesn't mean it sexually.
110%. Yes.
Or any.
Like, and her mom will be like, "Hey, baby." Like her mom will call me baby all the time. It's a term of endearment.
Let me.
Yeah, that's kind of that's Southern though. That's generally Southern, right?
There's a
like
difference
Southern women
between
will
baby
always call
and
you
different
baby
white women,
doll.
right?
Yeah.
Word A in front and it changes.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay. Look.
But you can call a woman baby too, and that's fine.
I
usually
am not. I don't like associating like my mother with an object of affection, like at all.
No, your
Like,
mommy and
at
mommy
all.
are two different.
I don't even
I
call
hear
my
you.
mom mommy, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't even call my
Yeah.
mom mommy. Exactly. Right. Yeah. Or
They're
I
two
don't
different
even-
words.
I hear what you're saying. But like I don't like mixing them up at all. I'm just saying it makes me uncomfortable. I'm not saying that like
I feel
you
you.
should feel the same way.
I
Yeah.
get you.
But yeah, because it's weird. Like she can call me daddy if that's her thing, right? But like I won't do like the same in reverse. No thanks.
It's not.
But I know.
Good on you, alpha male.
And that's not even a
You
white
call me
thing,
daddy,
but
you're not my goddamn mommy.
Now that you got your black friend to sign up for it, it's not.
Well, it's just like in
But-
Middle Eastern
girl.
culture, Lebanese
Good
culture,
girl.
Habibti. We call people my heart, my like. It's just you speak kind of romantically flirty. It's just what it is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, all y'all are Habibi, ain't it? Habibi.
I don't mind.
Habibi.
I don't mind being flirty. Right? I just don't like mother. Like
I
anything
get
that
what you're
involves, like,
saying.
mother-
I get what
yeah,
you're saying. Yeah.
That's your male privilege
Okay.
speaking, Prime.
This is indeed it is.
Yeah.
But okay, so going back to the subject we were talking about, I think that especially when I'm hearing from Scott and from Ali, that you guys are mixing the discussion that we're currently having, the cultural discussion we're currently having, being the trans discussion, with this separate topic of like calling cis women female. Right, like that is these are two distinct discussions that
No, they're
maybe
not.
today are being
They are.
overlapped.
They're-
But like this thing predates, right, our current cultural conversation on trans individuals. Completely predates it, right? And I would say that people have been insulted. They've been saying that like it's infantilizing or dehumanizing. They've had all kinds of different words from this, and I don't think that the people who are insulted necessarily line up with the people who are like trans defenders. I think that you can find conservative
I was
women.
saying that
I think
more
there's
on the
this-
line.
I think
I don't
there's
think
a dis-
conservative
female.
women care typically what words you're using. I don't think conservative women
I
care
think-
about the word
I think
woman.
they do. I
The
think
term
there's-
female, I
I
think
think
they're
there's-
using it now.
You don't want to call it
There's
bitch.
there's language policing on conservatives side. That absolutely happens. It's just on different axes.
They don't even want to be called
and they don't
bitch.
look at the same.
Remember
To
back
not
in
the
the
same
50s
extent,
when
but
you could
yes.
just say whatever you
But-
wanted? Those
Hold
were the
on.
days.
So I don't talk about
Yeah, we
her
do Fairy
much,
Queen
right?
back.
I don't talk about her much, but I think most of you are aware that my grandmother and I, we talk all the time, and she's a critical theorist and a sociologist, right? I've been debating
And
her
I still
since I
wanna
was a
meet
little
her.
fucking kid. Yeah, she probably won't ever. No, sorry. Yeah, I'm not introducing her into the internet in any fashion on that regard. But I remember growing up because my grandmother was also a massive second wave feminist, right? She had a license plate that said feminist. I mean, she has like a quilt from like 20 different charity organizations that are like started in Richmond because she basically started all of the domestic violence women's shelters in the state of Virginia.
I
and,
love
like, all this
everything
other
about
stuff,
this woman. She's amazing.
so when I was a kid, there was a big insistence on changing our language from both my father and I because we casually used the word chick, right? It was common in the 90s to call women chicks. It's like, oh, these chicks over here, this chick. And, and you had to be very careful if you accidentally said that around grandma because it didn't matter that it was Christmas. Like you were going to get a fucking earful if you used the term chick because it's dehumanizing, because it separates the woman from her identity, because you're labeling her as something that is a sex object that's meant to be seen as, as something that is an object of your affection and your yada, 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 right? And like to a certain extent, I absolutely agree with her. I don't agree with the concept that she gets to control my language or anything, but I'm in her home, right? I don't know that being offended is all that helpful. And I think it is a bit of a hysteria, histrionics, whatever a term that is loosely affiliated with females and craziness, right?
Agreed.
But because it's where hysterectomy comes from.
They might be on the
right?
period, but go ahead. Yeah, sure.
Right, you got it. But nevertheless, I don't think I'm necessarily disagreeing with you, Prime. The reason I'm bringing up the trans thing is not to say that the trans thing is why we're having this issue. What I'm saying is what word seems to be offensive and the concept of dehumanizing a person based upon a word that is disliked is culturally dependent. That's why I said I had to retrain myself as a veteran when I went into the civilian world because we use it all the time. We say female and females don't get offended because it's totally normal parlance in the military, but in civilian sector, it's not. And so the culture is different. And what those words are and what words feel weird or what we don't like, my argument is this, is that female is not a slang terminology, which makes it very different than some of the words and the battles we've had over the years. Why is it that a word that isn't slang, that's very technical, has become offensive in some capacity to some people? Some of it is the dehumanizing aspect. Some of it is the way that it's used. Some of it is going to be the thing we've been talking about kind of all night. In a way, which is the fact that women are becoming more feminist and men are becoming more red pill, more conservative, more pushing towards right-wing cultural values. And when we're splitting off, and that's causing disjunction in our ability to communicate certain things. I'm simply saying that this is one of many factors that changes the culture and makes it context dependent and is probably partially why some people or the culture is changing in the usage of that word, because many people are going to be offended by the idea of woman or the idea of female when a certain subcategory of people don't like gender critical TERFs like, J.K. Rowling being like, fuck you, you're a female, right? It's not just the red pillars. It's also the feminists themselves. So I don't necessarily disagree with you. I'm not saying this is all the trans thing fault. I'm saying our culture is changing. This is one way it's changing. And my entire argument is the offense is culturally dependent because there are cultures that I myself have lived in where this is totally normal.
Of course, almost all of the things that we were discussing is culture dependent. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah,
I was saying it was strengthened with like the whole trans ideology thing, but even beforehand, you saying there was a problem before. I think women have always had a problem, to Gibbs's point, with like descriptors, right? I think I think even referring to women as women do this, they didn't like that. And so like anywhere, chick was bad.
Or
baby
broads.
Was bad.
They don't like broads either.
Baby girl. There seems
That's a
to
good one,
never,
too.
there
How
seems to
far
never
we
be
can
a
go?
word-
Like sugar tits is a problem.
Yeah, yeah.
anytime we seem
So
to use
at one
any
point,
word,
why is broad even bad? I don't know.
anytime we seem to use any word to want to describe like woman or female person, it seems to be like, well, we're not a monolith, so you can't just say women this because the term is a descriptor of all. They're not a monolith. And I'm saying the issue that we don't have with like men in this regard is that the assumption, I'd assume, the assumption is that when you say man, people mean male person. They mean male. They're not referring to men and thinking of trans ideology or trans men.
Right.
They're referring specifically to males, and none of us are disagreeing with that. And that's what I'm saying right now. It's such a like now it's maybe more, it's less derogatory in sense to use the term female because people are being more descriptive. And
There's
the
another
other argument is
factor
that this typically this word thing only comes from the left. Like
There's
typically
another
speaking,
factor
like,
here. If we take out politics, right? If we really just try and look at it, you know, C. Wright Mills, 1956. You know what I mean? Like using your sociological imagination here, right? Looking at it from a different perspective. So there's another thing that we have to consider, which is very, very often offense, especially from women, is maybe not. Maybe it's equal in both. Is going to be determined from the perspective of whom is saying it, right? If a hot guy calls you something, or your boss calls you something, or someone, your professor, or someone in a position of authority, or someone that you respect says something, you're far less likely to be offended than by your social peers, especially if it's a social peer that you find to be unattractive or you don't like in some capacity. And I think what we are seeing too, and this is kind of the real argument from the bell curve, as opposed to like Charles Murray getting in trouble for one fucking chapter about race IQ, is this concept of, as we've opened up our culture from living in small towns where everybody knows everybody, well, his whole point was like, smart people go to university and there's an IQ brain drain. That's really the point of the book, is that intelligent people are breeding instead of rebreeding in the community. Like the smartest people are going off and breeding and the dumbest people are pairing, and it's like causing a separation. But I think there's some truth, maybe not to that per se, but there is some truth to the idea that offense is increasing because respect of social peers from females is decreasing, because females are no longer dating within the immediate male population that they're interacting with. They're on Instagram, they're on dating apps, or they're just meeting a higher percentage of people, right? It's a numbers game. If they're meeting 1,000 people instead of 200 people, what we're seeing is an increase in females' ability to choose better mates, especially at a young age where they happen to be more feminist and more politically engaged. And their social peers, like your 22-year-old girl in college, her social peer is a 22-year-old guy. And like it used to be that was a potential dating partner for a 22-year-old girl.
Wait, is
and
this
what's
the same man
increasingly
alive
current-
since you started talking about grandma? I feel like I would look down for like 15 minutes. I looked up, he was still talking. I was like, oh my god,
Bam, I know you checked out, but hear me out. So I think what you might be seeing too, is a slight increase in offense, because the speaker of these messages are people that women aren't respecting, or don't see as potential dating partners, or don't see as potential equals, because they have a larger market in the dating pool and a larger amount of people that they're seeing in general. So those, those that they respect aren't necessarily their peers. I don't know. This is really just an intuition looking at it sociologically, but I don't know. I think that might play a factor here in terms of any word in identification.
So I wanted to.
It's a hypothesis for the record. It's not like me saying this is true.
Fair enough. So going back to this discussion, right? Like,
don't nobody know what he just said. I'm sorry. No one had anything to respond, because no one knows what he just said. It was a lot. Like, I'm not saying it wasn't valuable, but it became so much that not a single person knew what to respond to.
Bam, is this your first time first time with Fabian?
No, it was hilarious.
That's
Okay,
kind
I'm
of
sorry, Prof.
sad for you to admit that, like, you can't pay attention and follow basic channel
I
logic.
did not. That's why I need my ADHD meds over the counter.
we got to play Subway Surfers below in the bottom part of the screen.
Bam! I got that black market for the ADHD.
All right, DM me.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
I do think you're actually very intelligent. Like that. Don't think that's a shot.
Can we bring the term broad back?
I didn't.
You can try. I want the onus is all on you.
Dames to make
Dame is a good one. Dame isn't even offensive. I don't think anybody.
But if you call someone, if you call a girl Dame right now, there's not a term on earth you can call a girl that isn't offensive, man.
I used
while we're at it, I'm bringing back. While we're at
Harlot will get you slapped, but Dame.
Yes. While we're at it, I'm bringing back Harlot and I'm bringing back Slattern. All right.
Slattern. I use that by the way, Scott.
These are perfect words for OnlyFans girls that are out here. It's like, I don't know if you're a whore. I don't really know if you're a whore if you're like on Twitch and like you're like an e-girl with like your ass taking up 70% of the screen and you have a free OnlyFans and you're doing everything you can to get subscriptions from 13-year-old boys because you know that if you had a paid OnlyFans and that like the boys couldn't pay for that, but they totally can give you Twitch subs and then log into your free OnlyFans. I don't know if you're a whore. You're fucking close. I think of you as a whore. But I don't know if you're a whore, but you're definitely a slattern and a harlot. And we need to bring those words back, right?
I like hussy as well.
Or like Cardi B,
a good one.
right? Cardi B. Cardi B's not a whore per se, but the bitch likes to steal money from people that she may or may not drug in her stripping days and then brags about it like she didn't admit that she sexually assaulted people and stole money from them as a stripper. And I'm like, you're a fucking slattern shaking your goddamn ass.
I assign agency to the men going to the strip club and taking pills from the stripper. I don't know.
She put it in
right,
the
I'm saying she's not. I don't know if she's a whore per se, but she is a slattern.
She literally admitted that Bill Cosby. The only difference between her and Bill Cosby is Bill Cosby was a man and a doctor.
Cardi B Cosby.
I don't know if they weren't. I don't know.
Robbing people is probably a little bit different than sexual assault, but
yeah.
Look at Ali blaming the victim right now, even when it's a man. Look at this. No one can call Ali sexist. Right now, Ali is saying the men shouldn't have gone there. And they shouldn't have taken the pills.
Victim blamer.
Yeah, he's a habitual, equal, victim blamer.
I don't know.
It's what they was wearing. The men look like they have money. They shouldn't have those clothes on.
And like,
I bet you in the Roger they look broke.
Of that.
He's being consistent. He actually blamed the people that went to the Diddy parties too.
Yeah,
so, like,
I have no. Yeah, like
he's not sexist.
Okay.
I feel like we forgot Diddy murdered people, and like we're all mad that he like.
Diddy is a GTA character in real life.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, like,
yeah,
I don't know
much.
why.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so I was trying to. Like,
maybe I'm not supposed to say that.
Do you want a subject?
No, it's fine. I don't care. I don't care.
I was like, am I not supposed to say Diddy killed some people?
No. I'm not a fan of Diddy.
Do you want a topic change or do you want to stay on?
It's not. I wanted to. Like,
I'm gonna get out of here. To be honest with you, I got shit to do tomorrow. It's 11:30.
Oh, it's 11:30. I didn't realize that. Okay, that's fair. But well, I mean, did anyone want to say anything more on the female thing?
Well, I just wanted to ask you if you know of a term that can refer to women as that doesn't get misconstrued.
Yeah, I would think
eventually.
you would say the same thing about black people.
Food does.
Sorry?
Food does works really well.
What was that, Prime?
I would say that you would say the same thing about black people. Like, yeah, all the only point
all black people look alike. Is that what you're saying? I don't understand.
Wait, so who here
well,
watches?
there's not a term that you can refer to them
there's
as.
A Venn diagram.
I wanted to ask Bam this.
There's a
Bam, do you watch wrestling?
Not really.
Okay, well.
I used to.
Well, so The Rock came back recently, and he was using the word boy left and right to all sorts of people. And I was very interested that he was getting away with it.
It's because we claim The Rock is black, technically.
Even though he's Samoan.
Number one,
well, his dad's black.
That was his thing. Oh. He used to call people monkey, monkey.
So do y'all have a problem with like foghorn leghorn?
Who's that?
Like the chicken.
The fucking the
30s
cartoon.
Yeah, the chicken's like, boy, I said, boy, let me tell you what, boy. The chicken.
Oh yeah,
it's like the Savannah.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't work today, but I think it's like like Appalachia. I'll say y'all. You think that? I don't think it was a strong Southern draw.
Yeah, it was definitely a strong Southern.
Foghorn Leghorn.
Boy is absolutely a Southern thing, right?
But
It's
I think
gonna be a boy.
What state was I
Bam.
say? I don't know. I consider it like.
Bam.
I thought it was from like Georgia.
No, Bam.
Yeah,
it's-
Georgia, Savannah,
Bam.
Georgia. I
Oh
thought
my
that
God,
was
let me just
That's
tell you
in the
the
South.
answer. I can just tell you guys it's an antebellum accent. It's going away. It's a Southern aristocracy accent that doesn't really exist anymore. You only hear from like
Maybe
old
that's it,
country ladies.
No, I hear people
It's
say
like
that
wealthy,
all the time.
rich
Like,
white
that boy
people
over there
that
acting
own
up.
plantations.
Yeah, but that's fine. I don't Foghorn Leghorn. Oh my God, I don't.
You were answering Ali's question because Ali asked you a
Well,
question in terms
Yeah,
of.
well,
yeah.
How do I
Venn
relate to a woman?
Yeah,
And then you were doing the Venn
yeah.
diagram. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I think-
Virginia, which I don't know how we call that in the South. I'm sorry, I had to look up where he was from specifically. Apparently, he's from Virginia, which I feel like I'm closer with West Virginia, so I'm not crazy.
Plus, I'm not really sure that
It's a plantation accent.
chicken.
It's an antebellum aristocracy.
I don't know what
accent.
he is. If he was going to be a race, what
Probably
race
what
do you think
Thomas
Foghorn
Jefferson
Leghorn
sounded
would be?
like. Hilariously
white
enough.
man.
You think Foghorn Leghorn's a white man? He's a white
That's
man.
definitely what. That's a white man.
That is pretty funny.
He walked around with his chest poked out. He knew he
Right?
had right.
Ain't it hilarious to
I
know
got a
that's probably
question
what
for the
fucking
panel after
TJ
Prime
was
answers.
fucking sounded like?
Okay.
I said,
All right.
that one looks mighty nice in the quarters. We should give her own home. You know, just
Oh
fucking
my-
hilarious.
Oh yeah, that. Oh my. Thanks for making my night with that one. That is actually awesome, Scott.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
But okay, so I was in Venn diagram, but you're basically there's a Venn diagram of a fence, right? And who falls like when you say a word, who falls within a particular circle of that offense? So I think there are black people who don't like to be called black, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are black people who don't like to be called African Americans. Which I just learned on Twitch, right?
Oh yeah, there's a whole thing on Congress about it.
All the black individuals around me are fine with be calling African American, but like whatever. But there are people who don't like to be called colored. That's a bigger cohort at this point, right? And Negro, depending on the content. Yeah, right. But like, it's just like, but you
Never
can,
from white people.
I'm just trying to imagine
Okay, hold on.
how.
What about
I'm trying to imagine the
Hispanics,
Russian
right?
roulette of me going into the
Hispanics
fucking
are kind of
going
like
into
on the
Mosby
line.
Court
Girl, that
and being
girl
like,
got
"What up,
canceled.
Negro?"
So that Mexican,
Hispanic is also an
Mexican-
adjective.
So hold on, that Mexican weather girl almost got canceled because she blamed her black dog Negro, and they almost canceled her for it. She's
That's
like, well, how?
culturally insensitive. Come
And they're
on.
like, and she was like, well, how else do you say black in Spanish?
Okay,
Yeah.
I have a story time real quick. So my
I don't like
grandmother,
the
who was a
story time.
sociologist,
What did you get
is-
reminded from?
You're good.
Yeah,
You're
I
good.
was
You're good.
concerned.
It's
I
gonna be
don't know
hilarious.
what we
You're
just
gonna love
heard.
it.
It gave
You're
you
gonna
a
be love it.
story.
You're gonna love it. So my grandfather, my step grandfather, who is married to my grandmother, right? He is a right-wing, super high-functioning autistic person that works in the computer industry. Obviously, I can't
Not
say his
getting any
name
better.
because he's worked on the Discovery, he's worked on the Challenger. Like when NASA couldn't figure out what was wrong with their software, they call him, right? He's wicked smart, and he's also crazy. So my grandmother had a black cat named Iggy for years and years and years. One day that cat died. And so she, wait for it. So she gets a new black cat that's a rescue one day. And of course, Jimmy, playing the long game, was like, we should name it after Iggy. And she was like, oh, really? And he's like, yeah, let's name it Jiggy. So he's got a black cat named Jiggy. And he waited years training this cat to answer to a certain thing secretly until she brought over black politicians that were very important within Richmond City and connected people that were coming over for like a hosted dinner with the two of them because she's politically connected with quite a few people. And he waits until they're sitting there, sits down in the room with these two well-to-do black power couple in like local politics. And it just goes, come here, chickaboo. Come here, chickaboo. She did not speak to him for like 3 years. Like she slept in a separate house for a while. Like it was
I thought
that
that was
bad.
gonna be worse. That's not great, but I honestly, when I heard Iggy, I just knew what was coming
I
next.
thought a different word was coming.
Woo!
Well, no,
Okay.
because we were talking about old resurrected racist and sexist terms, and I was like, that's one you never hear anymore. And he played the long game so that he could call the black cat jigaboo in front of fucking connected political black power.
Is that a racist thing? I don't never even heard of that term
That's
before.
super racist from like
you can't
from
call-
like
you
the
can't call
50s.
someone that.
Yeah,
Well, I never have, but I never even like
I
knew that would have been effective.
I wouldn't even recommend not saying
No,
it.
you're giving him another tool in his arsenal.
Another tool in my tool belt. Thank
On the
you.
experiment lab toy.
I would even say that you might get canceled on Twitch if you say it. Like you might.
Well, I'm not going to say it on Twitch. Don't worry.
That's in private.
Okay, Ali. So I've been like trying to get this point across for literally 20 minutes. Okay,
There isn't a
just
term.
that yes, there are offensive terms, and I think it's fine. Like that happens when you're talking about a marginalized group. That they get be very particular on how they're referred to, because oftentimes they're referred to in very disparaging ways, and so that's why that happens. Not I don't think it's anything specific to women folk. I think it's just in general. When you have
like merfolk, like fucking what?
That's a Western thing. That's definitely a Western thing. Women folk, right? Yeah, right. Or at least imagine imagine Wild Western books, right? That's what that is. I don't know if they ever said it before. Anyway, yeah. So when you have a marginalized group, they become very particular about these things because language is used against them. It's used as a culture, right? So they're going to react. But
with the black community, it feels like you guys do typically agree. You pick a word and you agree. It may shift every few years, but we pick a word and we agree. But with women, it seems like no word. Like to Aiko's point, even if we created a new word,
no. So Ali, if you ask the vast majority of women, hey, does the word women, a woman, is that offensive to them? They say no. Is the word mother offensive to them? They say no, right? And the word birthing person.
Actually, the new words
literally in the
offend most of them.
changing the term.
It's kind of like Latinx. It's kind of like Latinx, where like the only people that want it are like white progressives.
I don't know if we are actually in the process of actually doing that. I think that within some specific context, we are discussing these things, but no, there is no large scale.
That would be a good long-term bet.
Yeah.
It also wouldn't be that. It also wouldn't be an issue of like a professional
actually
medical place like uses a word like that's not the same as like society.
Well, no, but it leaks into society, right? If now birthing person becomes the
let's not go. Sorry, I didn't mean to say birthing person. It's not a whole thing about birthing person. All right, I love you too.
Were you gonna say something? I just have a quick question for the panel. I can think of insults for like white people, but I can't think of any like gendered insult towards a man.
That was my point.
Someone in my chat said penoid, which sounds pretty fun.
Cis is the new one.
That could be offensive. That could become an insult, but I can't think of any like actual insults that like.
That dovetails with what I just said because it's not marginalized, right? The non-marginalized group, they don't have insults like that. Like
there's lots of
even
not
even the words against white people. Oh my God, guys! Even the words against white people aren't actually offensive to white people, right? Like I can call like. No, it's not the same, right?
No, like, I'm not saying it's the same. I'm saying that at least there are some offensive words that for some white people can be offensive.
Not that offensive.
Well, you and I aren't like Southern poor white people living in black communities, so it's not going to hit us the same way.
You can come up with a word, right? And like black people can say words to white people in an attempt to hurt their feelings, but it doesn't work in the same way. And in the same way, women can use words for the male side.
I have a wonderful time. I agree with Prime. Black people are easily offended, unlike white people that are stronger and better. We all this superior.
Flip it.
You can call somebody a dick. That's gendered, right? It's
that's not a gendered insult.
Cares. You're not. It's like
I can call a woman.
It's ma'am. Oh God. Oh fuck. That's funny. Oh fuck. All right. I'm just tired at this time of night. Dude, I did so much shit today. Oh, I got out of my pretzel rocks. Hold on, boys. We got to vibe out. How can I say goodbye to you guys? I'm not vibing out to some lo-fi. Here we go. I did a whole bunch of shit today. I did core and fucking and back. I did a lot of back extenders and shit. I wrecked my shit. I know my back is gonna be so fucking sore tomorrow. But it is what it is. But yeah, life's good. Consider joining as a member if you want cool emotes and shit. It's only $3.99. For $3.99, you can, like, I don't know, flex some stupid emotes or something. And then, give this a like, subscribe, whatever. Do whatever you want. Share it. Honestly, if you want to hang out and watch movies occasionally and stuff like that, join the Discord. Here's a Discord link right here. Assuming this link still works. Prime is saying something about fragility. Yeah. I was just fucking with him. I appreciate you guys. I'll be back Wednesday. I don't know what I'm going to do Wednesday, per se. I kind of want to discuss... Oh, fuck. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, I think I was accidentally still in that channel. There we go. All right. I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do. Cultural cost theory, dog. I need to do I can discuss it a little bit. I can discuss cultural cost theory a little bit, but that's like my baby, and I don't want too much out on the internet where shit is wrong. So I can only talk about the parts that are really solidified in my theory. It's kind of I'm letting perfect be the enemy of the good. I know that I am, but I want it structured and really well done so that it's unassailable. And I'm not gonna be able to do that with a off the cuff live stream. I mean, I will, but I need that video out first. That way, if I fuck something up, I can be like, yeah, just watch this video. This explains it in depth. Sorry. I got a DM like a little while ago and I was answering it. My bad. But yeah, consider joining. $3.99. Have fun. I don't know. Play around. Come join the conversations that occur in Discord. We occasionally watch movies. Hit me up on Twitter, or X, Fabian Liberty. I have to learn how to raid people on YouTube. I don't know why I haven't figured that out yet, but I have to figure that out. Oh man. I'm just getting back into streaming, and now I'm streaming on YouTube, so I don't know how that's gonna work, but eventually I'll figure it out. Which means I have to start following streamers that I don't want in my fucking algorithm. But it is what it is. I will see you guys around either in the Discord or I'll see you Wednesday. Oh, what was I gonna do Wednesday? Sorry, ADHD brain was kicking in. There's a couple of things I want to do. I want to do some nerd stuff. Some Stefan Kinsella conversation I didn't get to, and I kind of want to get into the defining mid. I didn't get to do it tonight, so I want to do it. And I want to look at Reason TV being stupid or any other political shit that may or may not pop up. I might look at the WPath files, bunch of stuff. Yeah, I hear it's janky on YouTube too. I just haven't looked into it that much, so I'll have to figure it out. But deuces. I'll see you Wednesday if I don't see you in Discord or on Twitter. Peace.